Welcome to Eerie Shadow. They say loneliness is the absence of people, but I've found it's more about the absence of connection. In a city teeming with life, I felt like a ghost drifting through the noise. My name is Nathan Collins, but online, I go by Nate the Great. At 28, I had carved out a modest niche as a horror game streamer. My days were a blur of dim lighting, pixelated screams, and the comforting hum of my PC. The real world faded into the background, replaced by virtual terrors and the faceless camaraderie of my viewers. Chris, my childhood friend, was one of the few constants in my life. We shared a love for horror, often exchanging tales of urban legends and creepypasta. Then there was Jenny, my ex-girlfriend. Our relationship had dissolved under the weight of my obsession with streaming and her need for a partner present in the real world. My apartment was a reflection of my life, cluttered, dim, and silent save for the occasional creak of the old floorboards. The walls, once adorned with posters and memories, now stood bare, echoing the emptiness within. It was a Thursday night, and the rain tapped a rhythmic pattern against my window. The perfect backdrop for a horror stream. I booted up Forgotten Echoes, a new indie horror game that promised psychological thrills. The chat buzzed with anticipation as familiar usernames popped up. Salty Goose 86 Chris, Gamer Girl Jenny, and a slew of others. "All right, folks," I said, adjusting my headset. "Let's dive into the madness." The game began in a dilapidated mansion, the protagonist awakening with no memory. As I navigated through the eerie corridors, the chat provided commentary, jokes, and occasional screams. It was business as usual until a new username appeared. Watcher in the Dark. "Check behind you," the message read. I chuckled, assuming it was a typical attempt to spook me. "Nice try," I replied, glancing at the chat. But then, a cold draft brushed the back of my neck. I turned, expecting to see the closed door, but it was ajar. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked, my voice tinged with unease. The chat exploded. "Dude, your door just moved. WTF? Not cool, man." I stood up, walking over to the door and closing it firmly. "Must be the wind," I muttered, trying to shake off the growing dread. As the game progressed, so did the disturbances. The lights flickered, shadows danced across the walls, and the messages from Watcher in the Dark became more frequent. "I'm getting closer. You can't escape. Look behind you." Each message was accompanied by a sense of impending doom. I tried to maintain composure, attributing the experiences to exhaustion and overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Determined to uncover the truth, I paused the game and addressed the chat. "All right, who's behind Watcher in the Dark? Is this some elaborate prank?" Chris responded. "Not me, bro. This is getting creepy." Jenny chimed in. "Nathan, maybe you should end the stream." Before I could respond, the screen distorted, and a chilling whisper echoed through my headset. "I'm here." The webcam feed flickered, revealing a shadowy figure standing behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. Heart pounding, I ended the stream abruptly. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak and groan of the apartment amplified my paranoia. The next morning, I reviewed the stream recording, but the footage was corrupted. All that remained was a single frame, my terrified face and a dark silhouette looming behind me. I reached out to Twitch support, but they had no explanation. Chris and Jenna grew increasingly concerned, urging me to take a break. But I needed answers. I delved into online forums, searching for similar experiences. On a thread titled "Digital Hauntings," I found a post describing a malevolent entity that manifested through screens and cameras certainly. Continuing from where we left off in the story, In my quest for answers, I stumbled upon a forum thread titled Digital Hauntings, Entities in the Stream. The thread was filled with accounts eerily similar to mine, streamers experiencing unexplained phenomena during live broadcasts. One user, Shadow Seeker, recounted a chilling experience. During a late-night stream, I saw a figure in the background of my webcam feed. It was tall, featureless, and seemed to be watching me. When I turned around, nothing was there. But the chat saw it too. Since then, I've felt like I'm being watched, even when I'm offline. Another user, Echo Whisper, shared. I started hearing whispers through my headset, voices that weren't part of the game or the chat. They called my name, told me to look behind me. I thought I was losing my mind until others in the stream reported hearing them too. These accounts mirrored my experiences, suggesting a pattern. The entity, referred to by some as the Watcher, seemed to manifest through digital mediums, particularly during live streams. It preyed on the vulnerability of being observed, turning the act of streaming into a conduit for its presence. The lore suggested that acknowledging the Watcher, responding to its prompts, or showing fear, strengthened its hold. Ignoring it or ceasing to stream could weaken its influence. But for those who had already engaged, the consequences were dire. Despite the warnings, I felt compelled to confront the Watcher. I scheduled a final stream, intending to face whatever it was and end this nightmare. The stream began like any other, but the atmosphere was tense. Viewers were aware of the stakes, and the chat was filled with messages of support and concern. As I played, the familiar disturbances returned, flickering lights, distorted audio, and the chilling presence behind me. This time, I didn't turn around. I focused on the game, refusing to acknowledge the entity. The chat began to panic. "It's right behind you. Don't look. Stay strong, Nate," I continued, heart pounding until the screen went black. A message appeared, "You cannot ignore me." The stream ended abruptly. In the days that followed, I ceased all streaming activities. The disturbances lessened, and the oppressive presence faded. I reconnected with Chris and Jenna, seeking solace in real-world interactions. Though the experience left scars, it also taught me the importance of genuine connections and the dangers of losing oneself in the digital realm. While my ordeal ended, reports of the Watcher continue to surface. New streamers, unaware of the entity's existence, fall prey to its gaze. The cycle persists, a chilling reminder that some things are better left unseen. I had never believed in fate, at least, not until the day I found that letter. It was a crisp autumn afternoon, the kind where the sunlight feels cold, and the trees outside are burning with shades of amber and red. I was cleaning out my late grandmother's house, a task that seemed to stretch on forever as I sifted through years of forgotten history. Old photographs, yellowed newspaper clippings, and books whose pages had started to decay from time and neglect. Most of it was mundane, yet it was all part of her. I could still feel her presence in every corner of the old house. Then I found it. It was buried at the bottom of an old wooden chest, the kind that seemed to have belonged to another era. It was tightly wrapped in a faded brown envelope, sealed with a thin ribbon that had long lost its vibrancy. The name on the front was clear, yet peculiar. To Liam Foster, 1924. I froze. It was addressed to me. I must have stared at it for minutes, my hands trembling as I carefully pried it open. The envelope smelled old, musty like something forgotten. Inside was a letter written in ink so faded that at first I could barely make out the words. "Liam, you will come to the house. I am waiting. Do not fear the things that haunt. They are only looking for you. Remember, The house remembers from someone who has seen you. I swallowed hard. A chill crept down my spine, the kind of unease that clung to you like cobwebs, invisible yet suffocating. The handwriting was elegant but shaky, as if written in haste. And that name, Liam Foster, how could it be my name? The year 1924. My mind raced with questions that had no answers. I didn't believe in ghosts. I didn't believe in curses. But what did it mean? How could this letter exist when the year was 2025? My grandmother's house had been in the family for generations. It had been her sanctuary, her solace. But as I looked at the letter again, a disturbing thought crept into my mind. My grandmother, Evelyn Foster, had never mentioned anything about a Liam Foster, at least not in any of the family records I had seen. Who was this letter from? Why did it have my name on it? The night passed uneasily. I couldn't bring myself to sleep. My mind wouldn't shut off, racing with thoughts of the letter, the cryptic message, and the eerie coincidence of it all. I kept hearing my grandmother's voice in the back of my mind, faint and distant. Some things are better left alone, Liam. Some things are better left forgotten. The next morning, I decided to investigate. The house itself had always been a source of mystery. It was grand in its own way, built in the early 1900s with creaking floors, long hallways, and dusty old furniture. But beyond that, there was an unspoken history, a strange presence in the air that I had always noticed, but never acknowledged. I began by going through old family albums and diaries, trying to find any trace of this Liam Foster. But as I flipped through the yellowing pages, I found no mention of him. Not once. Maybe it was just a coincidence, I thought. A weird coincidence. Maybe the letter had been mixed up in the wrong place. But why had it been sealed so carefully, left untouched for so long? And why did it call me by name? As I continued my search, I stumbled upon a small, hidden door at the back of the attic. It had always been locked, and I had never thought to open it before. But now, with the letter in hand and a sense of urgency building inside me, I couldn't ignore it. With a twist of the rusty doorknob, I found myself standing in a narrow, dusty corridor that seemed to lead nowhere. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and neglect. At the end of the hall was a small room, barely big enough to turn around in. In the center of the room, on a small table, was a single object, a large, ornate mirror. It was old, its frame intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize. But what struck me was the reflection. The room behind me seemed to fade out of view, replaced by the image of a house I didn't recognize. It was a large, decrepit mansion, surrounded by overgrown trees. I felt my heart skip a beat. That house. It was the house from the letter. But why was it in the reflection of this mirror? Why was it so vivid? I stepped closer, my breath catching in my throat. I reached out to touch the glass, but the moment my fingers made contact, the reflection rippled. The image of the house seemed to distort, as if something on the other side was reaching out, trying to grab me. I pulled my hand back quickly, my heart racing. My mind was reeling. I had to find out more. I had to know what was happening. The next day, I set out to find the house from the reflection. It had to be real. There was no way the mirror could have shown a place that didn't exist. The drive took me deep into the woods, far beyond the boundaries of the town. The road grew narrow, and the trees grew thicker, as if closing in on me. The feeling of being watched pressed down on me like a weight. My nerves were shot. I had no idea what I was going to find, but something told me I had no choice but to keep going. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw it. the mansion from the mirror. It stood at the edge of a clearing, its windows dark and unwelcoming. The house was far worse in person than in the reflection. It was crumbling, decayed beyond recognition. But it was unmistakable. This was the place from the letter, the place I had been drawn to, though I still couldn't explain why. I parked my car at the foot of the driveway and approached cautiously. The front door was ajar, as if waiting for me. I felt a cold gust of wind push against me, as if the house itself was beckoning me inside. With my heart pounding, I stepped inside. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight, and the air inside was damp, thick with mildew. I moved through the darkened halls, my flashlight flickering in the oppressive gloom. The walls were lined with portraits, all of people I didn't recognize. But there was one thing that unnerved me more than anything. The portraits had eyes that seemed to follow me wherever I went. Suddenly, I heard a sound, soft at first, almost inaudible. A whisper. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The voice was faint, but it seemed to be calling my name. Liam, Liam Foster. I spun around, but no one was there. My skin crawled as I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched. My pulse quickened, and I felt the heavy weight of dread settle in my chest. I needed answers. I had to figure out what was happening and why I was here. But the deeper I went into the mansion, the more disorienting everything became. The hallways stretched longer than they should, and the rooms seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. And then, I found it in a small study at the back of the house. There was a desk. On it lay a book, old and worn, its pages yellowed with age. I picked it up, and as I opened it, the room seemed to grow colder. The pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams, ones I'd never seen before. But then, I came across something that made my blood run cold. A single line. The Foster line must continue. Liam will return. The house demands it. The room seemed to close in around me as I stared at the book in my hands. The cryptic message scrawled across the yellowing pages weighed heavily in my mind. The Foster line must continue. Liam will return. The house demands it. The words reverberated in my ears, almost like an ominous chant. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I stood frozen, the faint sound of creaking floorboards beneath me amplifying in the silence. The house, it knew my name. And it had known me long before I ever set foot in this forsaken place. I flipped through the book quickly, hoping to find more answers. But all the pages were filled with similar cryptic phrases, symbols I couldn't decipher, and vague references to a line that must continue. The idea that my name had been written in that letter from 1924. It suddenly felt as though I had been bound to this place by something much older, much darker than I had ever imagined. But what did it mean? What was the house demanding of me? Why me? I slammed the book shut, desperate for clarity, for a way to understand what was happening. My mind raced. I couldn't stay here. I had to get out, but every instinct in me screamed that leaving was impossible. The shadows in the room seemed to twist. The air grew colder. I felt an overwhelming sense of claustrophobia, like the walls were closing in on me, crushing me beneath their weight. I turned toward the door, but it was no longer there. In its place, a wall had appeared, solid and unyielding. Panic surged through me, and I pressed my hands against the stone-like surface, feeling the cold seep into my skin. There was no way out. The house had me. I stepped back, my breathing quickening. The flickering of my flashlight cast long, unsettling shadows along the walls, each one seeming to move of its own accord. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I thought I could hear whispering, distant and ethereal, like the faint echoes of voices trapped in the house. "Liam Foster, come home." The words whispered in the back of my mind, as though they had always been there, buried in my subconscious. I shook my head violently, trying to block them out. But no matter how much I tried to push them away, the whispering grew louder, more insistent. It was as if the house itself was speaking to me, guiding me, urging me deeper into its depths. I stumbled backward, hands frantically searching for anything that could help me escape. But the more I moved, the more disoriented I became. The walls seemed to shift, the floorboards creaking with each step I took. The house wasn't just a structure. It was alive. It was aware. And it was twisting reality itself around me. Then, as if the house had decided to show me something, the walls before me parted. A hallway I hadn't noticed before opened up, bathed in an eerie, dim light. I had no choice but to follow. Each step felt like I was descending into a deeper, darker part of myself. The house wanted something from me, something I wasn't ready to give. At the end of the hallway stood a large, ornate door. The moment I approached it, it creaked open on its own, inviting me inside. The room beyond was vast, larger than any of the others in the house. Its ceiling stretched high, shrouded in shadow. But what struck me most was the mirror. It was positioned at the far wall, reflecting the room in its entirety. But the reflection was wrong. It wasn't my own image that stared back at me. Instead, I saw a man who looked eerily similar to me, yet somehow older, with deep lines carved into his face. His eyes were hollow, dark, empty. And in his gaze, I saw a reflection of the very same house, only it was pristine, full of life, as though it had never aged a day. He reached out in the mirror, his hand extending toward me. "It's time to return, Liam," I gasped, stepping backward. The reflection of the man, my reflection, was moving, reaching out to touch me. I couldn't stop it. My body moved of its own accord, drawn toward the mirror, as if it held the answer to everything. I reached out as well, my fingers trembling as they neared the cold glass. But just as our hands were about to meet, a blinding light filled the room, and the reflection shattered into 1,000 pieces, each one falling to the ground like shards of ice. "No," I whispered, horror flooding my chest. I had to leave. I had to break this cycle before it consumed me entirely. I turned to flee, but the hallway I had come through was gone. The room was no longer a room, it was an endless void, and I was suspended in its center. The walls closed in around me, the space growing smaller with each breath I took. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I was trapped in the house's endless loop, caught in a cycle of time that I had no power to escape. The whispers came again, louder this time, surrounding me, suffocating me. They were calling me back. I had no choice but to answer. They say the mansion still stands, crumbling yet untouched by time. No one dares to venture into the woods anymore. The locals speak of it in hushed tones, of the house that waits, and the curse that lingers in its walls. But for me, the story doesn't end there. It's been months since I first discovered the letter, since I set foot in that cursed house. But I'm not the same anymore. I'm not sure if I ever was. The house has changed me. It has taken something from me, something I can't quite name, and in return, it has given me something else, an understanding, a knowledge I can't escape. The house demands the return of the Foster line, and now I am bound to it. Forever, I can't shake the feeling that my story isn't over, that I'll return again, just as the letter promised. I'll become part of its history, part of its endless cycle. And when I do, the house will be waiting, As for the letter, it has long since vanished. But I know it will resurface. Just like the others before me, I'll be its next recipient. And the house will whisper my name. The dream always started the same way. I could feel it before I even opened my eyes. The cold, the smell of damp earth, the low hum in the air. It was the kind of dream that stuck with you, like a memory you can't shake. I was standing in an alley, my hands pressed against a cold stone wall, the ground beneath me uneven, covered in dust and broken pieces of concrete. My heartbeat was slow but steady, a quiet thud that echoed in my ears. The world around me was dark, but I wasn't afraid, but I should have been. I turned my head, and that's when I saw it. There, at the end of the alley, was a figure. It stood perfectly still, like it was waiting for me. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its eyes on me. I knew it was looking at me, studying me, and that feeling, the one that crawled up my spine like 1,000 tiny insects, made my skin crawl. The figure was tall, unnaturally so. Its limbs seemed too long for its body, bending in angles that felt wrong, like a puppet controlled by an invisible force. The air around it seemed to warp, like the temperature dropped suddenly, leaving an icy trail in its wake. The more I stared, the more I felt the undeniable pull toward it, as if my body wanted to walk toward it, to meet whatever was waiting for me. Then it moved. The figure didn't walk. It glided, unnaturally fast, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. My chest tightened as a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I tried to move, to scream, but my limbs were frozen. My mouth was dry and I couldn't breathe. The figure was too close now, its face still shrouded in darkness. And then it spoke. "You know what's coming, don't you?" I wanted to scream, to tell it to leave me alone, but I couldn't make a sound. My mind raced, thoughts colliding in chaos. I wanted to run, but I was trapped. I could feel my body moving forward, against my will, pulling me toward the figure, my legs stiff, my heart pounding harder with every step. Then, just as the figure reached out to touch me, I woke up. I gasped for air, my heart racing, and sat up in bed. The room was dark. The only sound was the hum of my ceiling fan and the faint rustling of leaves outside my window. I rubbed my face, trying to shake off the lingering unease. I had this dream every night for the past 2 weeks. Same alley, same figure, same feeling of impending doom. But tonight felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the dream had changed. It was as if I wasn't just watching it unfold, but living it, like it was happening in real time. I glanced over at the clock on my nightstand. 2:43 a.m. I sighed and threw the covers off. My legs felt heavy, like lead, but I pushed myself out of bed. Maybe a glass of water would help clear my mind. As I made my way to the kitchen, I passed by the hallway mirror. A flash of movement caught my eye. My heart skipped a beat, but when I turned, there was nothing there, just the mirror, reflecting my tired face. The next morning, I was exhausted. The dreams had stolen my sleep, and the unease from the night before lingered, clouding my thoughts. I worked from home, which was a blessing and a curse. It allowed me to avoid interaction with others, but it also kept me trapped in my own mind. I was sitting at my desk, scrolling through emails, when I noticed something. A notification from a local news outlet, a story about a series of strange disappearances in my city. The article was brief, but it mentioned a few key details. The disappearances occurred near an alley just a few blocks from my apartment. There was no pattern, no common thread between the victims. just random people who vanished into thin air. The chill from the dream returned. I clicked the article, reading through it. The description of the alley was vague, but there was a photo, a grainy shot of a narrow, darkened passageway. The image froze me. There, at the end of the alley, was a figure standing in the shadows. It was the same figure from my dream. I slammed my laptop shut, my breath shallow. This couldn't be real. It couldn't, but something inside me whispered that it was. My heart pounded in my chest, and a sense of dread settled over me. I had to go there. I didn't know why, but I had to. Later that afternoon, I stood outside the alley, staring down its dark length. The walls of the buildings on either side loomed over me, their edges sharp against the gray sky. The alley itself was narrow, choked with trash and overgrown vines, the smell of mildew hanging heavy in the air. My footsteps echoed off the stone, a constant reminder of how alone I felt. I didn't belong here. But I couldn't leave. I walked down the alley. The further I went, the more the air thickened around me. The atmosphere seemed to press in, like it was trying to squeeze the life out of me. My senses heightened. Every scrape of a rat's claws in the distance, every gust of wind that whispered past my ears, felt amplified. And then I saw it. At the end of the alley, a shadow stood. A tall figure, its limbs stretching unnaturally, its presence so stark against the decaying backdrop. My breath caught in my throat as the figure turned its head slowly, impossibly, toward me. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I was no longer sure if this was reality. The figure tilted its head, and I felt it, a pull, like a force beyond my control. It wasn't just the figure's gaze. It was something else. The air crackled with static, my vision blurring, and I could feel the familiar, horrifying sensation creeping in. I was trapped in the same dream, and it was real days past. I couldn't stop thinking about the alley, the figure. Every night, it returned to my dreams, each time more vivid, more real. It started to feel like I wasn't just dreaming, but living in an alternate version of my life, a version where the rules of reality no longer applied. And then, something happened that I couldn't explain. I woke up in a hospital room. The sterile scent of antiseptic filled my nose, and the harsh overhead lights buzzed faintly. My heart raced as I looked around, disoriented. How did I get here? My body ached, and the thin hospital gown clung to my skin. I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness hit me, forcing me to lie back down. The room was too quiet, too empty. There were no nurses, no doctors, just the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of an Roman 4. As I stared at the white walls, something shifted in my peripheral vision. Slowly, I turned my head, and there, standing by the door, was the figure. But this time, it wasn't just a dream. I woke up, or at least I thought I did, in my apartment. The clock read 4:32 a.m. The dream, or whatever it was, lingered like a shadow at the edges of my mind. I could still feel the coldness of the hospital room, the oppressive silence, the figure's presence. But there was something else now, something that made my stomach twist. I had the distinct feeling that the figure was still here. In the room with me, I stood up, my legs unsteady. The apartment felt different, smaller, more claustrophobic. I walked to the window, pulling the curtains aside, and looked out. The street below was empty, silent. There was nothing but the distant hum of traffic. Then I saw it. In the reflection of the window, the figure was standing behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. But there was nothing there. The realization hit me all at once. I wasn't just being haunted by this thing. It wasn't just a nightmare. Somehow, it had crossed into my reality and it was coming for me. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, that figure. The way it moved, the way it waited. I could feel its presence even when I wasn't looking, and it gnawed at me like a persistent itch I couldn't scratch. I tried to focus on something else, anything else, work, the news, the things that used to bring me comfort, but nothing worked. The fear was too overwhelming. I had to know what it wanted. I had to understand why it had chosen me. That's when the thought struck me. What if it was all inevitable? What if this was the way things were supposed to be? The sensation that had gripped me when I saw the figure behind me, that feeling of being watched, of being followed, of having no escape, was something I couldn't shake. It was as though fate itself had already decided my end. I grabbed my phone and started searching for answers, though I wasn't sure what I expected to find. Maybe some sort of explanation, a psychological disorder, a dream pattern, or maybe, just maybe, there was something I wasn't seeing. Something in my past that had been lurking, pulling the strings from the shadows. I started reading about dreams, about premonitions, about the possibility of a death dream being a sign, a warning, but the more I read, the more confused I became. Everything seemed to point to the same thing. I had seen my own death. And now, it was beginning to happen. By the time the next day rolled around, I was running on fumes. I hadn't slept, hadn't eaten much. I felt disconnected from reality, like I was existing in a dream, a waking nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I decided to visit the alley again. If the figure was real, if this wasn't just a symptom of sleep deprivation, then I needed to confront it. I couldn't live in this constant state of fear, of wondering if it was waiting for me around every corner. I dressed in dark clothes and left my apartment without telling anyone. The walk to the alley felt like a trance. Each step was mechanical, my body moving on its own, pulled by an unseen force. The alley was even darker in the late afternoon light, the walls of the buildings pressing in on me, creating a claustrophobic tunnel. The air was thick, like something was pressing down on my chest. My heart raced as I approached the end of the alley, my breath shallow. And then I saw it. The figure was standing in the same spot as before, just as tall, just as unnerving. This time, I could see its face, or rather, the absence of it. Its face was an empty void, a darkness that seemed to swallow the light around it. It had no features, no expression, just a black, hollow space that filled me with a sense of dread I couldn't put into words. My legs shook as I stood frozen in place. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just watched me, its presence more oppressive than anything I had ever felt. I was no longer sure if I was dreaming or awake. For the next few days, I fell deeper into madness. Each night, the dreams grew worse. The figure wasn't just in the alley anymore. It followed me, entered my house, stood in the corner of my room, waiting for me to notice. But it wasn't just its presence that terrified me. It was the knowing that it was going to happen. That the dream was inevitable. I tried to talk to someone, but who could I tell? Who would believe me? The more I spoke about it, the more I realized how isolated I had become. My friends had started to distance themselves. My family, they didn't understand. How could they? The figure seemed to know everything about me. It had become my shadow, my constant companion. I was convinced that it was waiting for the moment when I would finally be too broken to fight back. Every time I caught a glimpse of it, my heart would seize, and the feeling of inevitability would wash over me like a tide. And then, one night, I woke up to find it standing by my bed. It was taller than I remembered, its form even more twisted and grotesque than before. I could feel its coldness as it stood there, looming over me. Its void-like face stared down at me, its empty eyes gazing directly into mine. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream, and then it whispered, "It's time." I don't remember exactly what happened after that. Time blurred. The room felt like it was spinning, the walls closing in around me. The figure didn't touch me, didn't speak again. It simply stood there, like a predator watching its prey. The terror I felt was paralyzing. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own breathing, ragged and frantic. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. I stumbled out of bed, my hands shaking, and rushed to the bathroom. My reflection in the mirror was pale, disheveled. My eyes were wide, bloodshot. But there was something else, a mark on my neck, a dark, bruised circle that hadn't been there before. I reached up to touch it, and as my fingers brushed the cold skin, I felt it. The pull. It was real. The figure wasn't just a dream. It had marked me. This was no longer some abstract fear. It was happening. The premonition was coming true. Days passed in a blur. I couldn't escape the feeling that something was coming for me. The dream, the figure, everything seemed to be leading to this one moment. I tried to convince myself that I could fight it, that I could stop whatever was happening. But deep down, I knew the truth. I couldn't escape my fate. It was inevitable. The night of the final confrontation arrived. I didn't sleep. I waited, sitting in the center of my living room, my eyes never leaving the door. I was ready. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the door creaked open, as if some invisible force had pushed it. I didn't move. I didn't need to. I knew what was coming. The figure appeared, just as it had in the dream, its form towering over me, its face an endless void. The air turned cold, and I could feel the darkness creeping into every corner of the room. But this time, I was ready. I stood up slowly, my legs unsteady but determined. The figure's presence filled the room, its gaze unblinking. It had come for me. It was time. And then, for the first time, it spoke, not to me, but to the space around us. This is how it was always meant to be. In that moment, everything became clear. I wasn't just witnessing my death, I was living it. This had always been the plan, the inevitable conclusion. The dreams had been the warning, and now the figure had come to collect its prize. But as I stood there, facing it, something shifted inside me. The fear didn't control me anymore. I wasn't going to let it take me without a fight. The figure never returned after that night. I don't know if I truly defeated it, or if it simply moved on, as if it had been satisfied with my resistance. But I do know this. The line between reality and nightmare blurred that night, and it will never fully return to normal. I live with the knowledge that fate is something we can never truly escape, that some things are already written, waiting for us to meet them. But I've also learned that even when faced with inevitability, we still have a choice. Maybe not to change our fate, but to choose how we face it. And for now, that's enough. I guess loneliness doesn't announce itself. It creeps up on you, slowly at first, then all at once. You wake up one day and realize you haven't spoken to another person face-to-face in over a week. Your phone lights up less. The silence in your apartment changes character, from peaceful to oppressive. That's where I was, months after my breakup with Emily. We'd been together for 4 years. It wasn't one of those explosive endings, no dramatic fights or shattered glass. Just two people realizing, somewhere along the way, they'd stopped being each other's home. I moved out of the apartment we shared and found a cheap one-bedroom on the edge of town. It wasn't much, but it was mine. Or at least that's what I told myself. I tried to keep myself busy. Took up old hobbies, read horror novels, even attempted painting one dreary weekend. Most nights, though, I ended up scrolling mindlessly through my phone or nursing a beer on the couch, surrounded by an ocean of silence. I didn't notice how bad it had gotten until one night, a friend texted asking if I was still alive. I stared at the message longer than I should have before replying with a half-hearted joke. That's when it hit me. I couldn't remember the last time someone had been inside my apartment, or when I last visited someone else's. And that's when the strangeness began. It started on one of those cold, rain-slick nights where the world outside feels distant, like you're trapped behind a glass barrier watching life happen to other people. I'd gotten it in my head to clean out the closet. Not because it was messy, but because the silence had started whispering. That's when I found my old phone, a beat-up Galaxy S9, crusted with dust and bits of lint. It still had a small sticker Emily put on the back. A faded little heart, its color bleached by time. Out of boredom, I plugged it in, and after a long moment, it powered up with a weary chime. Most apps wouldn't open, but the gallery did. I started scrolling through old photos, drunken college parties, blurry road trips, Emily's smiling face on a beach somewhere. 1,000 tiny ghosts of better times, and then I saw it. A video. I don't remember taking it. The date stamp said October 2nd, 2024. 6 months ago, curious, I tapped it. The screen was pitch black for the first few seconds, and then the image adjusted. My bedroom. The familiar angle of the sloped ceiling, my cluttered nightstand, the ratty old curtains. The video was taken from the corner, near the closet, aimed at my bed. And there I was, lying on my side, asleep. I felt my stomach tighten. I had no memory of setting up a recording, no reason to. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, 27 seconds in, something moved, a shape detached itself from the far corner of the room. Tall, thin, too tall. Limbs slightly too long. It moved unnaturally, a jerky, gliding motion like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. It crouched beside my bed. And it watched me for 7 minutes and 43 seconds. It didn't move, just watched. And I never stirred. Then it turned toward the camera and smiled. The video cut off. I dropped the phone, a chill gripped me, cold and electric, crawling up my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end. I sat there in the suffocating silence of my apartment, listening to the frantic drum of my heartbeat. I couldn't explain it. Didn't want to, but I had to tell someone. Joshua was my best friend since high school. The kind of guy who drinks beer straight from the bottle and still listens to 90s grunge. He wasn't the heroic type, but he was steady. Loyal, and he kept an old .38 revolver in his glove box. I called him, hands shaking. Dude, it's 1 in the goddamn morning. I need you to come over. A pause. Are you okay? No. Another pause. You want me to bring the gun? Yes. Joshua didn't ask anything else. I sat by the front door, kitchen knife in my lap, old phone on the coffee table like a cursed relic. Every noise felt amplified, the hum of the fridge, the steady tick of the wall clock, the occasional creak of the old wood floor. Then I heard it, a faint scratching. From inside the wall, I told myself it was mice, or the wind, or old pipes, but it was deliberate, rhythmic. Joshua arrived 20 minutes later, pale and breathless. He took one look at my face, the knife in my hand, and didn't even make a joke. I showed him the video. I watched the color drain from his face. What the fuck is that? I don't know. You said this was from here? I nodded. But you didn't live here 6 months ago. The words hit like a hammer. I hadn't. I moved in 5 months ago. We stared at each other, the unspoken question heavy in the air. If I didn't take the video, who did? I tried to sleep at Joshua's place. But at 3:12 a.m., my phone vibrated. An unknown number. No caller ID, I answered, and for several seconds heard nothing but static. Then a voice, soft and wet, like breath through damp cloth. I see you. The line went dead. I didn't sleep again. The next morning, desperate for answers, I found an occult forum buried deep on the dark web. People spoke of the Watcher, an ancient thing, a parasite of solitude drawn to those left alone too long. It marked its victims with symbols, recorded them sleeping, and once acknowledged, it followed. Always followed. The only escape was to never be alone again. I haven't been alone since. I moved in with my sister, her 2 kids, and a golden retriever named Max. My old apartment sits empty, but sometimes at night I get texts from unknown numbers, images of me sleeping in this house. And in the background, a tall, thin shape by the closet door. It's strange how nostalgia works. You can miss a time that wasn't good to you. You can long for places you swore you'd forget. Memory is a traitor like that. I hadn't been back to my childhood home in 12 years. Not since the night my dad vanished without a trace. Even now, saying those words feels surreal. Like a half-remembered nightmare you don't quite believe actually happened, even though it did. He left to grab a carton of milk, and that was it. No note, no phone call, no body, but this isn't about him, not really. I should mention my name's Eric. Eric Wilcox. 32, single IT guy. The kind of guy who blends into the background at parties. The kind of guy who gets called sir at drive-thrus now. My sister, Leela, was supposed to help, but she was 6 months pregnant and living 2 states over. I'm not setting foot in that place, she told me over the phone. I swear I still hear things in my dreams. I laughed it off then. Now, I wish I'd listened. The attic smelled like old wood and dust, the kind of dust that felt thick in the air, clinging to the back of your throat like a stubborn memory. The kind of dust that comes from things long forgotten, things hidden away for years, maybe even decades. It was the kind of place you only visit when you have no choice, like a reluctant dive into your past. I hadn't planned to come up here today. Hell, I didn't even know why I was up here at all. But I was alone in the house, and the silence was oppressive, the kind that starts to feel like it's closing in on you, squeezing your chest until it's hard to breathe. Maybe that's why I came here, to break the silence, to find something to focus on. I dragged the old wooden ladder down from the ceiling and climbed up, my shoes creaking against the old wood. The air was thick and stale, the kind that makes your skin crawl. My hand brushed against the rafters, and I shuddered. I hated this place, always had. But my mother had insisted on storing everything up here: old furniture, boxes of books, family albums. Even the things I didn't want to remember. The second my feet hit the attic floor, I could feel the weight of years pressing in. A half-buried box of VHS tapes sat against the far wall, the tapes yellowed with age. There were family videos, my parents, me as a child. All the old moments captured in grainy, shaky footage. I could almost hear my mom's voice calling out from the past, urging me to relive those days, to remember. But I hadn't watched them in years. I couldn't. I knelt in front of the box, lifting out the first tape I saw. It had a faded label, Family Vacation 1998. I stared at it, my fingers trembling slightly. The images on the label were blurry, but I could make out my younger self, the wide-eyed kid with the goofy grin, alongside my family, all of us smiling in front of the beach house. I wasn't sure why I'd picked this one. Maybe it was the nostalgia, or maybe it was the loneliness gnawing at me. But I slid the tape into the old VCR that had been left on the dusty shelf. The machine whirred to life, and the screen flickered with static for a moment before a grainy image appeared. At first, the video was just like any other home video from the 90s. The colors were washed out, the sound crackled. There was a bit of distortion, and the image flickered every few seconds, but it was familiar. My dad's voice cut through the fuzz, laughing as my little sister ran across the screen, chasing me through the sand. But then something changed. It was subtle at first, a strange shift in the air, like the room itself had gotten colder. The sound of the ocean, the crashing waves, grew distant. The camera angle changed suddenly, as though someone had moved the camera. The shot now showed the side of the house, but the focus wasn't on the house. It was on something in the background. I froze, my finger hovering over the pause button. There, just beyond the trees, in the shadowy edge of the yard, there was a figure. Tall, too tall. A shape that didn't belong. It was hard to make out, but there was something off about it. Something unnatural. I leaned closer to the screen, my heart beginning to race. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't a trick of the lighting. There was something there. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching us, watching me. Suddenly, the camera jerked again, and the image went black for a few seconds. When it returned, the figure was gone. I exhaled, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. I told myself it was just my imagination. The tapes were old, after all. It was easy for the mind to play tricks on you, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stopped the video. The silence in the attic felt even heavier now, as if the space itself was holding its breath. The shadows around me seemed to deepen, stretching longer and darker. Stop being paranoid, I told myself. But the chill at the back of my neck didn't fade. The room felt colder now, the air more oppressive as I reached for the remote. My hands were trembling as I hit rewind on the VCR. The tape hissed, crackling with static as the footage reversed. I shouldn't have pressed play again. I should have turned off the TV and left. But curiosity, that insidious force, kept me rooted to the spot. I had to know what I'd missed. The figure had been so fleeting, so hard to focus on. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe there was an explanation. But when the footage played again, my pulse quickened. The same scene, the same angle, but this time, I noticed something else. As the video sped up, the shadow returned, lurking just at the edge of the frame. The figure wasn't standing still like I thought. It was moving, creeping closer to the house, its shape distorting unnaturally, stretching and contracting as though it was bending with the motion of the camera. Then, for a brief second, just one fleeting moment, it turned its head toward the camera. Its face, if you could call it that, was too blurry to make out, but the dark outline of its eyes, those deep, hollow voids, were unmistakable. I dropped the remote. A cold wave washed over me. My throat went dry, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wanted to turn the TV off, but my body was frozen. My mind was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the screen. I wasn't alone in the attic anymore. I could feel it. The presence, like someone, something, was standing right behind me. The camera jerked again, and the image cut to a new scene. The figure was gone, But I wasn't looking at the screen anymore. I was looking at the attic around me, my eyes wide, my breath shallow. That thing had followed me here. The night stretched on, but the hours blurred together. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. My thoughts kept circling back to the footage, the shadow, the eyes, the unmistakable feeling that something had been watching us all along. I tried to call Sam. He was the only one I trusted. My childhood friend, the one person who knew everything about my family, the good, the bad, the strange. But he didn't pick up. I felt the walls closing in around me, the silence crushing me from all sides. My hands shook as I reached for the remote once more. But before I could press play again, a knock on the attic door startled me. Sam, relief surged through me, but it was short-lived. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty. No one was there. That's when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slowly turned back to the attic. The cold, stagnant air seemed to press down on me, suffocating, making it hard to breathe. The footsteps, soft but distinct, echoed again behind me, growing louder, closer. I whipped around, expecting to see Sam standing there, his familiar face, his reassuring grin. But there was nothing. The attic was empty. The walls, the rafters, the old boxes, they were all still, silent. But the footsteps kept coming. Slow, deliberate, as if someone or something was walking toward me. I staggered backward, my pulse racing. The door, the only exit, was behind me, but I couldn't take my eyes off the space around me. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift and move, curling like tendrils, reaching toward me. My skin crawled. The floor creaked beneath me, and I froze. A cold draft swept through the room, carrying with it the scent of something rotten. I gagged, the smell suffocating me, mingling with the taste of fear that clung to my tongue. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting. The silence was deafening, but it wasn't peaceful. It felt like the calm before the storm, then a whisper, barely audible. Behind you. The voice was low, distorted, like it came from far away but unmistakable. My blood ran cold. It wasn't Sam. It wasn't anyone I knew. I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. I took a hesitant step backward, my eyes darting around the attic, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. The floorboards were still. The boxes sat in their places, undisturbed. Then the tape crackled. I turned to the VCR, my eyes wide. The screen was black. The image frozen on the last frame, the shadow in the background, its face still obscured. I reached for the remote, my hand shaking, and hit play again. The footage flickered back to life. The family was still on the beach. We were laughing, unaware of the thing watching us from the trees. But this time, the camera angle changed again. The same shadow was there, but now it was closer. I leaned in, my face inches from the screen. The shadow was clearer now, its form more defined. And then I saw it, a face. Not a face, really, but something that resembled it. The eyes were wide, too wide. Its mouth was a black hole. No skin. No features, just a gaping darkness that seemed to swallow everything around it. It was smiling. I stumbled back, knocking over a box behind me. The thud echoed in the empty attic. My pulse surged, and I could feel my breath quickening, shallow and panicked. I grabbed the remote again, frantic now, but the screen blinked, the image warping, distorting in a way that I couldn't explain. Then, the face smiled again. Wider this time, the edges of its mouth stretching impossibly far. The shadow's head jerked toward the camera, and it felt like the thing saw me. It knew I was there. I couldn't look away. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the screen. My hands were clammy, my fingers numb as I gripped the remote. The tape kept playing, but I barely noticed anymore. My thoughts were elsewhere, lost in the image of that thing, that face. That smile. It was impossible. Unnatural. I thought of the house, the attic, the old family memories that my mother had insisted on keeping. Why had we kept those tapes? Why hadn't we ever gone through them? Was it because we knew, on some level, that something was wrong? That something had been watching us all along. The thought crawled under my skin, and I couldn't shake it. I had to know more. I left the VCR and walked over to the shelf where the old camera sat. It was a relic from the past, a bulky, black piece of equipment that my dad had used to record our family videos. The one that had been used to capture those moments. I turned it over in my hands, the weight of it familiar, but the feeling that came with holding it was anything but. Something about this camera felt wrong now, like it had a presence of its own, something sinister clinging to it. The camera lens was cracked, and the body of it was covered in dust. But the tape compartment, it was still there. It was almost as if the camera had been waiting for me. I opened the compartment and pulled out the tape that had been left inside. The label was gone, and the tape was a deep, murky color. There was no identifying mark. I shuddered, but I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. I slid it into the VCR. The machine hummed and clicked as it accepted the tape, pulling it into the slot with a low whir. The screen flickered. Then the image appeared. It was me. Young me, sitting in the living room with my family, the lights dimmed. It was a memory I should have recognized, a moment that should have been comforting. But it wasn't, because in the corner of the frame, behind the couch, in the farthest reaches of the shot, I saw it, the shadow. It was the same thing, but this time it was clearer, more defined. There, standing just out of reach, its dark form towering over us. The camera didn't focus on it. It was just a faint outline, a silhouette barely noticeable at first. But now, it felt like the shadow was creeping closer, like it was inching its way toward me, toward my family. I froze. The air in the attic grew colder still, and the draft seemed to pick up again. I felt the distinct sensation of being watched. As if, in that moment, I wasn't just watching the video, I was part of it. That shadow was in my room. It was here now. The camera flickered. The image distorted. And then, I swear I saw it. The shadow's face. The mouth opened just a little. And then I heard it, that same voice from before. It's been here all along, watching, waiting. The voice was unmistakable, clear, like it was whispering directly into my ear. My blood ran cold, and my breath caught in my throat. Suddenly, the camera cut off. The screen went black. I dropped the remote. The tape stopped, but the silence that followed felt alive. The kind of silence that presses down on you, the kind that doesn't let you forget. The weight of it settled in my chest, the shadow. The thing that had been in the background of every family video, lurking in the corners, hidden in plain sight. It had been there all along, watching, waiting. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The fear that had been growing in the pit of my stomach now spread outward, filling my entire body, paralyzing me. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. It had followed us for years. It had been there in every moment. And now it was here, in this house, watching me. The question I couldn't answer, the one that kept turning in my mind, was simple. Why hadn't I seen it before hours passed? I don't remember exactly how many. The attic felt like a tomb now, a place where the past had come alive, where something I had never understood was now revealing itself. I knew what I had to do, but I didn't want to. I had to go deeper. There were more tapes, more moments to uncover. And the more I watched, the more the truth became clear. The shadow wasn't just a figure. It was a part of us, part of my family's past, part of something darker, something that had always been there, lurking in the background, in the spaces between the frames. And now, it was waiting for me to uncover it. The cold had settled into my bones, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadow wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was real. It had always been real. As I sat there in the attic, the screen showing nothing but static, I could still hear it, the whisper. Faint, like the wind brushing against the eaves of the house, but unmistakable. You're getting too close. The voice, that deep, guttural whisper, was a warning. It was alive in my mind, growing louder with every second. I knew I couldn't stop. Something inside me pushed me forward, even as the air in the attic grew thicker, heavier, like it was pressing in on me. The old tapes, the ones with the shadow hidden in the background of every frame, began to haunt me more than ever. I replayed them in my head, over and over. Each flicker of the film, each subtle movement that I had once brushed off, now felt wrong. I knew there was more to uncover. And yet, the deeper I went, the less I understood. But there was one thing I did know. The shadow, it had been watching me since I was a child. It had been there, in the back of every memory, in every family photo, every video, and every place we had ever lived. And now, it was here. In the house with me. I couldn't stay in the attic anymore. I had to leave, I had to get out, but every step I took toward the stairs felt like I was walking further into its grip. The walls seemed to pulse with each breath I took. Then, the lights flickered. That was when I heard the footsteps again. I turned, heart in my throat, as I saw it. The shadow. This time, it was no longer confined to the screen. It was real. I could see it, hear it. It was in the room with me, standing at the far end of the attic, watching. The air was thick with its presence, like something malevolent and ancient had come alive inside the house. The darkness in the corner wasn't just an absence of light anymore. It was alive. It's always been here, the whisper echoed again. This time, it sounded closer, more urgent. You know the truth now. You can't run from it. I couldn't breathe. The weight of its presence pressed down on me like a crushing weight, suffocating me. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding wildly in my chest, my legs shaking as the shadow began to move toward me. But it didn't move like a person. It was more fluid, more unnatural. It stretched and shifted, bending in ways that made my stomach churn. It didn't have a body, not like a human. It was something darker, something that was neither alive nor dead. You are mine, the voice rasped, this time from within my mind. It was everywhere, swirling inside my thoughts, drowning me. My hands flew to my ears, pressing against them in desperation, but the voice wouldn't stop. It was inside my head, inside my very being. I felt my knees buckle beneath me. I couldn't keep my balance. The world around me began to spin, and the room seemed to warp, the shadows stretching further, engulfing the space. The shadow was closer now, almost on top of me. I could feel its cold, unnatural presence pressing in, like it was suffocating me. My vision blurred, and I could barely stand. Then, in the haze of panic, I heard it. The sound of a tape recorder. The crackling sound was unmistakable. I turned and saw it, an old recorder, sitting on the floor near the VCR. I don't know how I had missed it before. It had been sitting there the whole time, tucked away like an afterthought. The tape inside was dark, like the one in the camera, but the label on this one was different. It was handwritten, the ink smudged, but still legible, for when you remember. I reached for it with trembling hands, my mind in a haze, and placed it into the VCR. The machine hummed to life, and the screen flickered again. This time, there was no mistaking it. The tape wasn't just a home video. It was something more. It was alive with memories, not my memories, but someone else's. A voice I didn't recognize filled the room, low and slow, like it had been recorded in the depths of a tunnel. "We are always with you," the voice croaked, ragged and broken. "We will always be with you. Your family has forgotten, but we never will. We have always been here." I felt my blood run cold. I pressed my hands against my ears again, but it didn't stop. The voice was inside me now, in my very thoughts. I couldn't escape it, the shadow. The thing that had been following us. It wasn't just a ghost. It wasn't a mere figment of imagination. It was something far darker. Something that had bound itself to my family for generations. The shadow wasn't just in the background of our lives. It was a part of us. It had always been there, embedded in our history, in our bloodline. My family had been running from it for years, but it had always caught up. I couldn't escape it now. The realization hit me like a freight train, and then I understood the true meaning of the whispers. The tape wasn't a warning. It was a call. The shadow was coming for me, now that I knew the truth. And there was nowhere left to run. I tried to move to get away, but it was too late. The attic door slammed shut, trapping me inside. The lights went out. The darkness swarmed, thick and heavy, wrapping itself around me like a shroud. The footsteps were all around me now, moving in every direction, growing louder, faster, closing in. I tried to scream, but the air was gone, suffocating me with its oppressive weight. And then I felt it. Cold fingers brushed against the back of my neck, and a shiver ran down my spine. The shadow was here. It was standing right behind me. "You knew too much," it whispered. "Now you will never leave." The last thing I remember was the feeling of being pulled into the darkness, the whispers growing louder, the coldness pressing down until everything went silent. The house was quiet again, too quiet. When they found me, they said I was in shock. That's what the doctors told my parents anyway. That's what the police officer who spoke with me repeatedly said. The trauma of what happened, they said. The attic was untouched when they opened it up. The floorboards still creaked under their weight, but nothing seemed out of place. There were no marks on the walls, no broken windows, just dust, cobwebs, and the same old boxes full of forgotten memories. I wasn't sure what I expected them to find: evidence. A sign that something otherworldly had been in the house with me. But there was nothing. No tapes, no cameras. The recorder I had seen, the one with the old, handwritten label, had vanished. It was like it had never been there at all. They took me to the hospital, checked me over, but nothing was physically wrong. The doctors said I was fine. I was just disoriented, they said, just traumatized. The whole thing felt surreal. The more I tried to explain what I'd seen, the less they understood. The more they looked at me like I was broken. I wanted to believe that maybe it was all a nightmare. A bad reaction to the stress of going through my family's old memories. The tapes, the old photos, all of it could have been a psychological break, a manifestation of everything I'd kept bottled up for so long. But there was a part of me that knew, deep down, it wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that it had always been there, the shadow. It had been there when I was a kid, hanging in the background of every family moment. It had always been there, lurking just out of sight. And now, even though I'd been told I was fine, even though I'd tried to move on, the weight of it lingered. I went back to the house after the incident, just to retrieve some personal items. My parents had sold it, and the new owners had already started moving in. I stood in the front yard for a long time, staring up at the windows. The house looked normal again, like it had before. It didn't seem haunted. It didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. But when I turned to leave, I thought I saw something, a shadow stretching across the front yard. Not from a tree, not from a car. It was too long, too deep, as if it was stretching from the house itself. I blinked and it was gone. I didn't tell anyone. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. I'd been through a lot, but as I walked away, I realized something. I had left part of myself behind in that house, a part of me I would never get back. And maybe, just maybe, whatever I had uncovered, whatever I had unleashed, wasn't finished with me yet. It had been a long, uneventful night. The rain was unrelenting, falling in sheets against the windshield, blurring the world outside into streaks of gray and black. Adam's hands were gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white. He had a tendency to overthink everything. His mind was never still, always racing with worries and self-doubt. Tonight was no different. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard. 1:32 a.m. The storm seemed to be intensifying, the wind howling outside and making the car sway slightly. The faint hum of the engine was the only sound inside the car, broken only by the intermittent wipers scraping against the glass. Adam had been driving for hours, and the isolation was starting to weigh on him. He didn't like being alone at night. He never had. But after what happened with Sarah, he preferred the silence. The loneliness, however suffocating, was still better than facing his own thoughts. "I need to stop for gas," he muttered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, like a plea. He wasn't even sure why he was talking. The road had been deserted for miles, and the only sign of life was the occasional flash of headlights behind him. The rain was starting to subside, and the road ahead stretched out into the void of nothingness. As he drove, his mind drifted back to the past, the accident. Sarah. He couldn't stop thinking about her, how she had been in the car with him that night, her laugh ringing in his ears. It was his fault. He should have never been driving that fast. The guilt still weighed on him, even though it had been over a year. It had changed him, made him retreat from people, from life. Suddenly, through the rain, he saw something, or rather, someone, a figure standing by the side of the road, illuminated by his headlights. At first, he thought it was just another mirage created by the rain. But as he drew closer, the figure became clearer. A woman, in white, standing in the middle of nowhere, drenched in the downpour, her hair soaked and her dress fluttering around her legs. He hesitated. The logical part of his mind screamed at him to keep driving. It was late, and picking up strangers was never a good idea. But the storm was severe, and something about her, maybe it was the sheer vulnerability, compelled him to stop. His hand hovered over the brakes for a second longer than it should have, before he pushed them down, easing the car to a stop. The woman walked up to the passenger side, and Adam rolled down the window. She was striking, with pale skin and dark hair, though her expression was unreadable. She looked almost ethereal, like she didn't belong in the storm-sodden world around them. "Can I help you?" Adam asked, his voice betraying a mix of curiosity and wariness. The woman looked at him with wide, wet eyes. "I need a ride," she said softly, almost in a whisper. "Please." There was something unnerving about her voice, soft and distant, like she was speaking from far away. Adam paused. Her face was familiar, but not in a way he could place. "I'm heading to the next town," he said, glancing behind him, feeling a slight twinge of unease. He had always been wary of strangers. "I can take you there, but it's a long drive, and this road is pretty empty." She nodded, as though that didn't matter, and slid into the seat beside him without a word. The car immediately seemed colder, though the heater was on. The woman didn't seem bothered by the chill. She sat there, staring out the window at the blurred shapes of trees and the darkness beyond, as if lost in her thoughts. Adam couldn't help but glance at her every few seconds. She was beautiful, but there was something strange about her, something distant. "You all right?" he asked, his voice a little too loud in the confined space of the car. She turned to him slowly, her eyes wide and unblinking. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice flat. "I just need to get home." Adam nodded, though he still couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She hadn't told him where she was going, exactly. But he didn't press her. Instead, he focused on the road, glancing back at the rearview mirror. His reflection seemed too still, too calm, a stark contrast to the restlessness he felt inside. A flash of lightning illuminated the road ahead, and for a brief moment, Adam saw something strange. A flicker of shadow in the rearview mirror. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, but when he looked again, the road behind him was empty. He turned his attention back to the woman in the passenger seat. She was still staring out the window, unmoving. A sudden chill ran through him. "What's your name?" he asked, hoping to break the silence. "Izzy," she replied, her voice distant, like she wasn't entirely present. Adam couldn't help but feel a tug of unease. Izzy. The name seemed oddly familiar, but he couldn't place it. It was on the tip of his tongue. He glanced at the dashboard. The clock read 1:45 a.m. "Do you live far from here?" he asked, trying to keep the conversation going, but his voice was trembling slightly now. She turned to him again, her face serious. "Just keep driving. You'll know when we get there." The air in the car grew colder, the silence more oppressive. Adam's fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter as the wind howled against the car, the rain now a relentless barrage against the windows. The car felt too small, too enclosed. Something wasn't right. Then, as they passed a small, desolate stretch of road, Adam turned to ask her something more, but she wasn't there. Her seat was empty. The door was still shut, his breath caught in his throat, and he slammed on the brakes. The car skidded, tires screeching against the wet pavement, but he managed to bring it to a stop. His heart raced as he turned frantically in his seat, searching the empty darkness for her. Nothing but the dashcam. His trusty dashcam had captured it all. He could see the woman, Izzy, her pale figure sitting next to him, and then she vanished mid-sentence, like a wisp of smoke fading into the storm. Adam's mind raced. He pulled out his phone, his hands trembling. The footage was clear. There was no mistaking it. She had been there, and then she was gone. His eyes darted around the car, the silence growing louder, the wind louder than his thoughts. Had he imagined it? Had the stress of the road, the accident, Sarah's memory, all caught up with him? He glanced at the rearview mirror again, feeling an icy sensation crawl down his spine. The shadow in the mirror, was it still there? His mind screamed at him to drive, to leave, but something kept him rooted to the spot. Then he heard it. A faint whisper. "Help me." He whipped around, but the car was empty. Cold. The headlights cut through the darkness in front of him, illuminating nothing but wet pavement. His phone buzzed, an incoming message. It was a text from his mom. "Please come home. I can't shake the feeling that you're not alone." Adam's stomach lurched. He checked the time again. 1:52 a.m. He had to get out of there. something had followed him. Something that wasn't human. With trembling hands, he started the engine, his foot heavy on the accelerator. As he sped away, the shadow in the rearview mirror remained, growing longer, more twisted. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. But the unease lingered, a cold presence that followed him even as he pulled into his driveway. Was it the storm? Was it exhaustion? Or was it something else? He would never be able to look at the dashcam footage the same way again, and he would never, ever drive alone at night again. I wasn't the type to get obsessed with health gadgets. I know some people who track every step they take, every calorie burned, and every hour of sleep. But I always thought that stuff was a little overboard. That is, until I found myself lying awake at 3 a.m, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of anxiety pressing down on my chest. Sleep had never been easy for me. I'd always been the kind of person who needed a solid 8 hours to feel normal. But in the past few months, something had shifted. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. My nights were filled with tossing and turning, waking up at odd hours, and the pervasive feeling that something was off. I was exhausted all the time, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the sense of dread that clung to me like a second skin. Maybe that's why I finally caved and downloaded the sleep app. It seemed harmless enough. I read the reviews, tracks your sleep cycles, detects disturbances, and even records unusual sounds. I figured it was a way to get some peace of mind, something that could explain why I was waking up in the middle of the night and staring at the dark corners of my room like I was waiting for something. My name's Sarah. I'm a 28-year-old marketing consultant, a bit of a workaholic, living alone in a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood. It's the kind of place that's safe enough, but if you really listen, there's an undercurrent of silence that makes the walls feel too close sometimes. I moved here after my mom passed away a couple of years ago. Losing her was tough, something I still haven't fully processed, even though it's been so long. She was my anchor. Since then, the apartment, the quiet, it's all felt a little emptier, but I digress. That first night I set up the sleep app was uneventful. I started the recording, turned on my white noise, and fell asleep as usual. But when I woke up the next morning, I didn't expect to see anything unusual. I was wrong. The first time I noticed it, I thought I was imagining things. It was a faint sound, buried beneath the soft hum of my white noise machine. I woke up abruptly at exactly 3:12 a.m. I wasn't sure why I was awake, but I felt this creeping sensation, like I was being watched. The kind of feeling that leaves you cold, even when you're covered in blankets. I glanced at my phone to check the time, and that's when I saw the notification from the app. Recording 3:12 a.m., confused, I tapped on it. The app showed me a series of spikes in the audio graph, which was normal. But as I listened to the playback, my heart skipped a beat. The whisper wasn't just static or a trick of the sound. No, it was distinct. Sarah. The voice was so clear that for a moment, I thought someone had entered my apartment and was standing in the dark, calling my name. My fingers trembled as I rewound the recording, and then I heard it again. The same whisper, Sarah. I felt a rush of cold air. My breath hitched in my throat. There was no way it was a glitch. The app had picked up something real. But who was in my room? I live alone, remember? I've made sure to double-check the locks before bed. There's no one else. For the next few moments, I tried to rationalize it. It had to be a coincidence, a malfunction. Maybe the app had picked up a sound from the neighbor's apartment, someone on the phone, a TV show. But the voice, it felt too intentional, too alive. And then there was the timestamp. 3:12 a.m. I'd woken up at exactly the same time. It wasn't a coincidence. I tried to shake off the chills crawling down my spine. I deleted the recording. The last thing I wanted was to keep something that could fuel my imagination, but the anxiety didn't fade. Instead, it settled deep into my bones, simmering. It wasn't until later that I realized something. That wasn't the first time I had felt this way. I'd been waking up at 3:12 a.m. for weeks, almost every night. I thought it was just insomnia, or maybe a sleep cycle thing. But now, I wasn't so sure. I spent the next few nights in denial. I told myself it was a glitch, nothing more, just a fluke. But deep down, I knew better. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was trying to reach me. So that second night, I decided to test the app again. I wasn't going to let one strange incident mess with my head. I set up the recording again, told myself to get some rest, and tried to sleep. But at 3:12 a.m., I woke up again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my phone right away, and sure enough, there was a notification from the app. My stomach dropped as I tapped it. The voice was there again. Clearer this time. "Sarah, come closer." It was softer than before, almost like a whisper across the room, but it was unmistakable. I sat frozen, the app recording, as I listened to the voice on repeat. It was saying my name, yes, but now it was inviting me closer. I shivered at the thought. My mind raced. Was it a person? Was someone messing with me through the app? It didn't make sense. Who would go through the trouble to do that? But deep down, I had a gnawing feeling that this wasn't a prank. Something was wrong. Something was in my apartment with me. I checked the room. The dark corners seemed to loom larger than usual, as if the darkness itself was closing in. The silence felt oppressive, like the air had thickened and the walls were pressing in. I reached for the light, but before I could flick the switch, I heard it again, that whisper. Louder this time. "Sarah, come closer." The words crawled into my skin, making my heart race. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The next morning, the app had deleted the recording again. Just like the first time, but I knew what I'd heard. I wasn't crazy. For the next few days, I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't stop hearing that whisper in my mind. I started researching the app. Maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe it was just a glitch, a weird combination of sounds. But no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find a reasonable explanation for the voice. That's when I found something. It was in a forum dedicated to unusual paranormal experiences. The thread was titled, "I heard a voice on my sleep app. It wasn't me." I clicked on it, almost afraid to know what I might find. The post sounded familiar. The person described exactly what I was experiencing. Waking up at 3:12 a.m., hearing a voice calling their name, the same app. They said it was a glitch at first, but then it started happening again and again. The voice wasn't just calling their name anymore, it was speaking to them, urging them closer. One of the responses caught my eye. It was a theory, one that I had trouble dismissing. The app doesn't just track your sleep. It's listening, really listening. It's picking up something that shouldn't be there, maybe something that's trying to get to you. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't shake the thought. Could it be true? Was something trying to communicate with me through my sleep app days past after I found that forum thread? I couldn't help but feel drawn to it, like there was a piece of information I had missed, something I needed to understand to make sense of what was happening to me. But the more I read, the more uneasy I became. The stories were all too similar. People describing disturbances at night, voices calling their names, things they couldn't explain. The most unsettling part was the exact time, 3:12 a.m. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It was too much of a coincidence. What terrified me the most wasn't the voice itself, or the app, or even the forum posts. It was that sense of inevitability that I couldn't stop it. I had become a part of it. At night, the whispers came sooner than expected. By the fourth day, I didn't need to wait until 3:12 a.m. I could feel it. Something was pressing in, a presence hovering over me, watching me. I was exhausted, my body heavy from the lack of sleep, and my mind well. My mind had started to feel like it was unraveling. On the fourth night, I decided I would stay awake. I couldn't risk falling asleep and hearing that voice again. But it was impossible. The weight of the silence in the room was unbearable, the quiet pressing in from all sides, pulling me under like a tide. I fought sleep for hours. At 3:12 a.m., just as I expected, I finally nodded off, only to be jarred awake by the unmistakable sound of a whisper, colder than before. It wasn't just the voice calling my name now. It was almost angry, as though something had been waiting for me to slip. Sarah, you can't hide from me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and this time, I didn't reach for my phone. I knew better than that. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that the voice wasn't just an illusion anymore. It was real. Something was in the room with me. I glanced around the dark room, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. The shadows seemed to grow, twisting in ways they shouldn't. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature, something that settled into my bones and made my skin crawl. And then it happened. I heard a sound, not from the app, but from the corner of my room. The soft creak of the floorboards. I froze. My eyes darted to the corner. There was nothing there, but that feeling, that presence, was impossible to ignore. It felt like something was standing in the dark, just out of sight, waiting. I didn't move. I couldn't, and then came the voice again, louder now, cutting through the silence like a knife. Sarah, come to me. This time, the words were twisted, like they were being forced out. My heart hammered in my chest, and I bolted upright. My phone. I needed to check the app again. But as I scrambled to grab it, the screen flashed a notification. Recording complete, 3:12 a.m. I tapped the notification, my fingers trembling, but before I could even hit play, the app began to glitch. The audio waveforms scrambled and distorted, creating chaotic spikes that made no sense. The voice distorted too. It was becoming something else, something darker, its echo filling the silence in my room. And then everything went quiet. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the app, the eerie silence weighing on me. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. Could I be losing my mind? Was this all in my head? No, I couldn't think that way. I had to find a reason. I wasn't alone. I wasn't crazy. The whisper came again, but this time it wasn't a voice I recognized. It wasn't calling my name. It was laughing. The days began to blur together after that night. I couldn't focus on anything. I could barely get out of bed, my mind consumed by the constant presence that hovered at the edges of my awareness. I didn't feel safe in my own home anymore. I started avoiding sleep altogether. I would stay awake for hours, pacing, checking every corner of my apartment, afraid to close my eyes for even a moment. But it was useless. Every night at 3:12 a.m., the whispers came. Every night, the app recorded something worse. I checked the forum again. This time, the posts were more desperate. People were warning others not to listen to the voices, telling them to delete their apps. to get out of their homes. It sounded like they were speaking from experience, people who had been where I was, people who had let the whispers consume them. I felt like I was spiraling, like I was losing my grip on reality. How could I explain this to anyone? Who would believe me? The app was just a tool, a simple health tracker. But it had become something else, something malevolent. The whispers were no longer confined to the app. I heard them during the day now. When I walked to the kitchen, when I sat at my desk, when I tried to talk to people, the whispers would invade my mind. A soft voice, always behind me, always waiting. "Sarah, come closer. You know you want to." I had to get out. I had to leave the apartment, but where could I go? This wasn't something I could escape. It was following me. The final night was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I was done running. I couldn't hide anymore. I needed to confront whatever this thing was, whatever was trying to reach me. I turned off the sleep app. I didn't need it. I didn't need any more recordings of that voice. I turned off the lights and I sat in the center of my living room, waiting. And then, just like clockwork, the voice came. "Sarah." It wasn't from the app this time. It was in the air, in the shadows, in my bones. I stood up, heart racing. The walls seemed to close in, and for the first time, I felt completely alone. Not in the way I had felt when I moved in, but in the way that only happens when something's taken everything from you. My sanity. My sense of safety. My belief that I could be left in peace. "Sarah, come closer. You can't run from me." And then it all stopped, the voice, the whispers, the presence. The apartment was silent. I felt dizzy, the air thick and heavy. I stood there, alone in the silence, unable to make sense of what had just happened. But in the pit of my stomach, I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't over. It's been months since I moved out of that apartment. I'm back in my childhood home now, a place that feels safe, but the weight of what happened doesn't go away. I don't know how to explain it, how to make sense of it all. Sometimes I feel like I've escaped, that the worst of it is behind me. But the truth is, I don't think you ever truly escape something like that. You carry it with you, whether you want to or not. I've tried to ignore the memories, to push them down, but there are nights, quiet, lonely nights, when I can still hear it. The whispering. It's not constant, not like before. It doesn't come every night at 3:12 a.m. It doesn't follow the same pattern anymore. But sometimes, just before I fall asleep, just as I'm drifting off, I hear it. A soft voice, barely audible, calling my name. It's not the same voice that haunted me before. It's more distant now, almost like it's fading. But it's still there, lingering in the back of my mind, just enough to unsettle me. And for a moment, just before I fully wake up, I feel that same cold dread. I haven't touched a sleep app since that night. I don't know what it was, whether it was something tied to the technology or something else that had latched onto me, but I'm done with it. I deleted the app, deleted everything, and I never looked back. But that's not to say the fear is gone. I still check my phone sometimes, just to make sure the app isn't there, lurking in the background. Just to make sure I'm not being watched. It sounds crazy, I know, but I can't shake the feeling that something is out there, something connected to those recordings, something that was just waiting for me to listen. I tried talking to people about it. Friends, family, but they didn't get it. They thought I was overreacting, that I'd been stressed, or maybe just caught in some weird psychological loop. They didn't hear the voice. They didn't feel the suffocating presence that seemed to follow me. They didn't experience what I did. I can't even explain it in a way that would make sense to them. How do you explain to someone that a simple app, a health tool really, could open the door to something else? Something dark, something that knows you, something that's always just out of reach, but never truly gone. I'm trying to move on. I'm trying to live my life to find normalcy again. But some nights, when the house is still and quiet, I feel the weight of it. The knowledge that something is still out there, waiting. So I do what I've learned to do. I keep the lights on. I leave the TV running in the background, just to fill the silence. I make sure my phone is powered off at night, far from reach. I don't want to risk it again. I don't want to hear that voice. But part of me knows, deep down, that no matter how far I run, no matter how many locks I put on the door or how many lights I leave on, that voice, that thing is still out there. It's waiting. And I can never truly escape it. I don't know what it wants or why it chose me. Maybe I'll never know. But I can't go back. I can't go back to that apartment. I can't go back to the app. The silence is the only thing that feels real now. It's funny how quickly life can change from mundane to terrifying. One moment, everything is calm. You're drinking coffee in the morning, thinking about what to make for dinner later, scrolling through your phone. Then, the next moment, something happens that shatters everything. Something that makes you question your sanity. That's exactly what happened to me. My name is Kyle, and I'm just another guy with a drone obsession. It started as a hobby, a way to kill time on weekends after a long week at the office. I'm not the most exciting person, just an average guy in my mid-20s, trying to make a living in a small tech startup. I'm not the life of the party. In fact, I usually keep to myself, spending hours tinkering with gadgets, playing around with my camera gear, and getting lost in online forums. I know that makes me sound a little boring, but it's how I cope with life's little stresses. 2 months ago, everything changed when I bought the drone. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small, affordable model. But it felt like a step into something bigger, something more freeing than the mundane 9-to-5. It wasn't just about the drone. It was about the feeling of being able to capture the world from above, to look at things from a fresh perspective. I remember the first flight. I took it to the small forest that bordered the town, not far from my apartment. The woods were quiet, peaceful, a perfect spot to test out my new gadget. I hadn't planned on anything strange happening that day. I was just there for the thrill of watching the drone soar into the sky, for the satisfaction of seeing the world from above. But there was something about the woods that day. It was as if the trees were watching me, as if they knew something I didn't. And I had no idea that I was about to record something that would haunt me for the rest of my life. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees when I launched the drone, and a cool breeze rustled the leaves. The sky was painted in shades of orange and pink, and I could feel the calmness in the air. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual drone buzz and the faint chirping of birds in the distance. I sent the drone up higher, adjusting the controls to get a better view of the forest. The view from above was breathtaking, patches of trees forming dark green carpets below, with the odd clearing here and there. The woods had always been a tranquil place, even if I had heard rumors of strange happenings here, things people would laugh off as urban legends. I never thought much of those stories, dismissing them as folklore or people's wild imaginations. But as I flew the drone deeper into the trees, I felt a shift. The air around me grew colder, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I chalked it up to the wind. But as I looked down at the monitor, something caught my eye. There, walking through the trees, was a woman. I don't know why I noticed her immediately. There was just something about the way she moved, slow, deliberate, unnatural. she was walking backward. Her feet slid against the forest floor with an eerie smoothness, as though she wasn't fully touching the earth. Her movements jerky, almost robotic. I froze. I thought at first it was a trick of the camera, a glitch, or maybe some odd visual distortion from the drone's sensor. But no, she was still there. Moving backward, her head turned at an unnatural angle to keep facing the direction she was walking. I pushed the controls forward to zoom in, hoping it was a person, just someone out for a walk or a jog. But that was not what I was seeing. This was not normal. My heart started to race, and I pulled the drone back, my hands shaking slightly as I navigated it away from the scene. But even as the drone moved, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. When I got home, I immediately uploaded the footage to my laptop. I thought maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe the lighting had played tricks on me, or the camera had malfunctioned. But when I played it back, the woman was still there, walking backward in the woods, her face obscured by the darkness of the trees. I watched it over and over, but each time, the dread built. There was something off about her presence, something that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to tell myself it was just a person walking in an unusual way. But that didn't explain how the footage looked, how the woman never stopped moving, her head twisted unnaturally, as if she was staring right at the camera, even though the drone was high above her. The strangest part, there was no sound. No birds chirping, no rustling of leaves, just eerie silence. It felt wrong. I showed the footage to my best friend, Liam, the next day, hoping for some rational explanation. Maybe it's just someone doing some weird yoga thing, he suggested, laughing it off. But I couldn't laugh. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I even posted the footage online in a small local forum to see if anyone else could explain it. The comments came flooding in, but none of them were reassuring. Some people thought it was an elaborate prank. Others claimed it was just a strange anomaly, but a few were unsettling. One user even mentioned hearing about a local urban legend, about a woman who roamed the woods, walking backward, always facing the person watching her. Supposedly, anyone who saw her would experience a curse, an unexplainable pull to return to the woods. I laughed it off, but a part of me couldn't ignore the growing unease that was gnawing at me. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept replaying the footage in my head, and I started to hear the woman's footsteps in my mind when I was alone in my apartment. I returned to the forest a few more times, each time feeling like I was being drawn back to it. I couldn't explain it, but I had this overwhelming need to go back, to see if she was still there. The next few trips felt like I was stepping into another world. The air grew colder each time I ventured deeper into the woods. I began hearing things, faint, barely audible whispers carried by the wind, and sometimes I swore I could hear footsteps behind me. But when I turned, there was no one. Only the dense trees and the feeling of being watched. I started feeling the weight of the forest on me, an oppressive heaviness, as though something was lurking just out of sight. I began to wonder if I was losing my grip on reality. Was this all in my head? Was I imagining things? Or was there truly something in those woods? Something that didn't want to be discovered? The drone became my only connection to the outside world. It was the only way to see beyond the trees, the only way to gather evidence of what was happening. But the more I flew it, the more I started to sense that I wasn't the one controlling it anymore. The drone seemed to move on its own, drifting towards the same spot in the woods where I'd first seen her, and there she was again. The woman, always walking backward, always alone. I could feel myself spiraling. Each night, the dreams came. The woman was always there, standing in front of me, her back to me, her head twisted at an impossible angle. She would smile, but her eyes were hollow, empty sockets staring into mine. Every time I tried to move, I couldn't. I was frozen, trapped in her gaze. I had to know more. So I went back to the forest, determined to confront whatever it was that I was seeing. I spent hours searching until I found the exact spot again. I turned on the drone, and there she was, walking backward as if she had been waiting for me. My heart raced, my body screamed for me to run, but I couldn't look away. I couldn't tear my eyes from her. Suddenly, the drone began to shake, its camera feed flickering. Then, just as I was about to turn away, the woman stopped. She turned her head slowly, and I saw her face. It wasn't a face at all. It was a void. A gaping, black hole that seemed to pull the very light from the world. And then, she whispered my name. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at that empty, empty face. It felt like hours, but I was frozen, unable to move. And then, without a sound, she began to move toward me, walking backward, never breaking her gaze from the camera. I don't know what happened next. The drone's signal cut out, and I was left standing in the woods, completely alone. But even now, even as I sit here typing this, I can feel her presence. I hear her whispers when I'm alone, and sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night to see her, standing at the foot of my bed, always walking backward. I don't know what it means, or if it will ever end. But one thing is certain. I've seen something I can't explain. Something that won't let me go, and I can't help but feel that she's still out there. It's been weeks since I last saw her. Weeks since I left the woods, my drone camera broken, the footage corrupted, and my mind spiraling. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself that it was just some bizarre, freak coincidence, a woman walking in an odd way through the woods, a glitch in the drone's camera, some strange optical illusion, I couldn't escape the feeling that there was more to it. The nightmares came every night, and the whispers were getting louder. The faintest hum of a voice, like it was coming from just behind me. Sometimes I thought I saw her in the corner of my eye, standing just outside my window, her figure barely visible, her head twisted backward, just like in the woods. I tried to go back to normal life. I tried to focus on work, on talking to friends, but everything felt wrong. I kept checking the forest, checking the spot where I'd last seen her. My friends noticed. Liam told me I was getting too caught up in it. He said I should take a break, get some fresh air, and forget about it. But I couldn't. The pull was too strong. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her twisted, contorted form walking backward through the trees, her hollow face leering into mine. I couldn't stop. I had to know more. I had to find out what was happening. I started to dig deeper. Online forums, local groups, anything that might hold a clue to what I had seen in the woods. I even contacted paranormal researchers, thinking maybe someone out there had encountered something similar. It wasn't long before I found something. There were whispers of an old urban legend, one that people in the town had been telling each other for years. A woman who wandered the forest, walking backward, never forward. Her face was said to be a void, empty and dark, and her eyes could hypnotize anyone who looked at her. The stories varied. Some said she was a spirit, a lost soul cursed to wander the woods forever. Others believed she was a creature, something not quite human. But they all had one thing in common. If you saw her, you were doomed to return to the forest. You'd be drawn back, like a moth to a flame. And if you saw her enough times, you'd lose yourself. I thought it was just another local myth. But then I started talking to people who had seen her before. People who swore they had heard the whispers, who had felt the strange presence in the woods. I found a man named Richard, a local who lived on the outskirts of the town. He said that he used to wander the woods when he was younger, back when he thought the stories were just that, stories. But then, one day, he saw her. I didn't believe it at first, Richard said, his voice shaky. I thought it was just someone playing a prank. But then I saw her face, that void. It's like she wasn't even human. I ran so fast, but she followed me. She's still out there, man. I could feel my pulse racing as I listened. I wasn't the only one. Richard continued, his eyes darting nervously. You're not supposed to look. You're not supposed to go back. It's like she calls you, Kyle, and once she does, you can't escape. Despite everything, I couldn't stay away. The obsession had taken hold of me. The pull, the whispers, the empty face in my mind, it had become all-consuming. I returned to the forest alone. This time, I didn't bring the drone. I didn't need it. I needed to face this myself. The trees loomed like silent sentinels as I walked through the woods. The air was thick with an unnatural silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. It felt colder than it should have, the chill creeping into my bones. My hands trembled slightly as I moved deeper into the forest, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no plan, no clear goal. I just needed to see if she was still there, to confirm if she was real, if she existed outside the confines of my fear. Then I heard it, a soft sound in the distance, like the faintest rustling of leaves, but it wasn't the wind. It was deliberate. My legs moved on their own, carrying me toward the sound. I felt drawn to it, like an invisible force was pulling me closer. The world around me seemed to blur. My breaths came out in shallow gasps. And then there she was, the woman. She stood there in the distance, just beyond a thicket of trees. Her back was to me, and her head was twisted at that impossible angle, her feet moving backward through the forest. I felt my pulse quicken. The fear was overwhelming, but I couldn't stop myself. My legs moved, faster this time, until I was just a few feet away. She didn't turn to look at me. But I could feel her presence, that emptiness around her, that void-like aura that seemed to suck all the light from the world. I stepped forward. I don't know why. Maybe it was because I needed to see her face, to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining things. And that's when she stopped. Her head snapped to face me, her eyes hollow, dark pits where a face should be. I froze, my heart in my throat. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her presence was enough. And then, in that instant, I felt it. A compulsion, an overwhelming urge to walk toward her, to follow her into the dark, into the emptiness. But I snapped back. I turned and ran. I ran as fast as I could, through the trees, through the cold, my heart pounding, the whispers in my ears, the sensation of being followed. But when I looked behind, there was nothing. Nothing but the trees. I haven't been back to the woods since. I haven't dared. But the whispers haven't stopped. They never stop. I hear them when I'm alone, when I lie in bed at night. The thing is, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I've done by looking, by going back. I don't know what I've unleashed. But I can't shake the feeling that she's still out there, waiting, watching, and worse. I think she's been following me. Every time I look in the mirror, I catch glimpses of something behind me. A shadow, a figure, always there, never moving. But I know it's her. She's waiting. And one day, I'll have to go back. Because that's the thing about curiosity. It never leaves you alone, and neither does she. I couldn't go back to the woods. I couldn't even look at them without feeling the weight of her eyes on me. The whispers weren't just confined to the forest anymore. They had followed me home. And every time I heard them, whether I was walking down the street or sitting in my apartment, trying to ignore the creeping fear that had taken root in my bones, something inside me snapped. I reached out to the local authorities, thinking maybe I could get some sort of closure. Maybe they had dealt with things like this before. When I explained what happened, I could tell the officer on the other end of the phone wasn't taking me seriously. He told me to stay away from the woods, not to go looking for trouble. It wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but it was all I got. I tried to follow their advice, but the pull was too strong. I had to know if it was real. And if it wasn't, if I could finally convince myself that I was just losing my mind, then maybe I could sleep again. I packed my things one final time: camera gear, flashlight, and a basic first aid kit, praying that this would be the last time. I didn't want to be a part of this any longer, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that it would follow me forever if I didn't face it head on. The day was overcast, the kind of day where the world feels muted and gray. The forest stood silent as I approached it, the trees seemingly watching me as I walked deeper into the underbrush. My footsteps were cautious, deliberate, but nothing seemed out of place. I was there for hours, searching, waiting, and yet the woman, the twisted figure who haunted my nightmares, never appeared. I stood at the edge of the woods, the cold air cutting through me, and felt a strange sense of emptiness. Was I finally free? Had I imagined it all? It was then that the wind picked up, blowing the leaves in a sudden gust. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible but unmistakable. It was my name. It was almost like an echo at first, a repetition of a sound I had heard so many times before. But this time, it felt different. It was coming from behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My breath came in short, ragged bursts as I searched the trees, the shadows. But there was nothing there. No figure, no woman. Just trees and silence. I felt a chill run down my spine as I turned to leave. I wasn't staying here. I was done. I had to walk away before I lost my mind completely. But as I reached the clearing, I stopped dead in my tracks. The woman stood there. She wasn't walking backward this time. She was standing still, facing me, her empty eyes locked on mine. My legs felt like lead as I backed away slowly. The whispers were louder now, surrounding me, echoing from every direction. Her gaze never wavered. I tried to move, but my feet were frozen. The dread that had been building for weeks, months, was now unbearable. The weight of the silence, the void of her presence, filled every corner of my mind. For a moment, I felt like I couldn't breathe. My body shook, and I realized that the fear had consumed me in a way I couldn't fight anymore. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at her, unable to move. She didn't speak, but somehow I felt as if I had been heard. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a heavy, unnerving silence. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she turned and walked back into the trees, backward like always. But this time, something was different. I knew I couldn't follow. I had already lost too much. The forest had claimed me in ways I didn't fully understand. But as I watched her disappear into the darkness, I felt a deep sense of finality wash over me. The forest had let me go. It's been months since I last set foot in the woods. I haven't seen her again, at least not physically. But the truth is, I don't need to. I don't need her to be standing in front of me to know she's still there, still watching, still waiting. The whispers have stopped. But in the silence, I hear other things that weren't there before. A tapping, a creaking, a faint knocking from the walls at night. It's as if the forest has left something behind, something that still lingers in my mind. And then there's the reflection. I've caught it a few times now, my own reflection in mirrors, in windows, even in puddles. It's subtle at first, but something is off. It's as though my eyes aren't my own anymore. My movements feel delayed. The skin on my face feels colder when I touch it, and when I blink, I sometimes see a flash of darkness in the corner of my vision. I don't know what happened to me in those woods, but I do know one thing. You can't escape what you don't understand. And now, I'm not sure I want to. The dream had started in the usual way, familiar and soothing. I was standing on a narrow, moss-covered path, winding through an overgrown forest. There was an undeniable sense of being drawn to something, a place that seemed both distant and incredibly familiar. I knew it without question, even in my dream state. The house was waiting for me. I awoke with a start, my breath ragged, and a chill running down my spine. It was the same dream I'd had for the past week, but this time there was something different, a distinct, nagging sensation that lingered long after I had shaken off the remnants of sleep. A sense of urgency, as though something was pulling at the edges of my consciousness. "This time you're supposed to go there," I whispered to myself, half in disbelief. The house. Growing up, I'd spent summers with my grandmother in the country. She was the type of person who didn't talk much about her past. But there were always fleeting mentions of a grand house somewhere, deep in the woods, with ivy crawling up its stone walls. The stories she told, barely a whisper in the quiet nights, were fragmented. Pieces of something darker, a house that seemed to devour those who came too close. I never paid much attention to it. Children don't always understand when their elders try to pass on warnings, after all. But now, as I stood there in the morning light, staring at the familiar old room where I spent my childhood, I couldn't shake the feeling that my grandmother's stories were more than just tales. The drive felt different this time. It was as though the road itself was shifting under me, pulling me in a direction I didn't want to go. The route I'd driven countless times before seemed foreign, twisted, as though I had never taken it at all. The trees on either side were dense and close, their branches hanging low, creating a thick canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air outside was thick, damp, and heavy, as though the world was holding its breath. I could almost feel the weight of something unseen pressing down on me. There was a part of me that wanted to turn around. I'd almost convinced myself that it was a mistake, this house, this place from my grandmother's stories. I wasn't sure why I had felt drawn to it so suddenly, but now that I was here, I realized I hadn't been prepared for what I would find. The road became narrower. The trees on either side looked like twisted fingers, gnarled and clawing at the air. A gust of wind rattled the leaves overhead, sending a chill down my spine. I rolled the window down to try to clear the sudden fog in my mind, but the air outside smelled foul, like rotting earth, decaying wood. And then, just as I rounded a corner, I saw it. There it was, standing before me. A house, half hidden behind a thick wall of trees. The same house from my dreams. I slammed on the brakes, heart hammering in my chest. The tires screeched against the gravel as I came to an abrupt halt. I don't know what I expected. The house was old, its walls crumbling with age, but it looked almost welcoming in a strange way. A place that beckoned, as though it had been waiting for me. Inside, the air was thick, the silence oppressive. The door creaked open without resistance, the hinges groaning as if they had been touched after years of stillness. I stepped inside and immediately felt the temperature drop. My breath clouded in the air before me, and the weight of the house seemed to press against my chest. As I wandered through the rooms, I stumbled upon an old, ornate mirror standing in the far corner of the sitting room. Its surface was clouded with dust, but as I wiped it away, I caught a glimpse of my reflection, and then I saw it. Behind me in the mirror, there was a figure. It stood there, just at the edge of my vision, a shadowy form, tall and looming. The reflection of my face twisted into a horrified expression, but I hadn't moved. My heart pounded against my ribs. "Is someone there?" I whispered, but the shadow didn't answer. It just stood still, unmoving, watching. I took a step forward, and as I did, the figure grinned, its face an empty void, a wide, gaping smile that wasn't mine. I couldn't move. My legs felt rooted to the spot. The mirror seemed to pull at me, the reflection distorting in unnatural ways. I glanced away for a split second, trying to gather my thoughts, but when I looked back, the reflection was gone. There was only my own face, pale and stricken, beads of cold sweat dripping down my brow. I backed away slowly, heart racing, the air growing thick and suffocating. The feeling of being watched never left. Every step I took through the mansion seemed to trigger something new, a discovery that felt more like a trap than a simple finding. The house whispered with creaks and groans, as if it had a mind of its own. It was as though the walls were closing in on me, pushing me deeper into the house's mysteries. In the library, I found an old chest. It was small, bound in dark wood, and sealed with a rusted lock. But I knew exactly where the key was, despite having never seen it before. I found it tucked behind a loose brick in the fireplace, as though someone had intentionally hidden it for me to find. Inside the chest was a collection of old, yellowed letters. The handwriting was faint, but as I scanned through the pages, one name stood out: my grandmother's name. The letters were written in a frantic, almost desperate tone. They spoke of strange rituals, an ancient house that had been passed down through generations, and a curse that had plagued the family for centuries. The curse was said to make its victims return to the house in their dreams, and when they did, they were never able to leave. I slammed the chest shut, heart racing. Was this why I was here? Was I part of some twisted family legacy? I hadn't just stumbled upon this house. It had been waiting for me. The house was calling me. And now, I understood that I had walked into something far darker than I could have ever imagined. The moment I stepped outside the mansion, I was greeted by an unnatural stillness. It wasn't like the usual silence of the woods, where the wind would rustle through the trees, or the occasional hoot of an owl would break the quiet. No, this was something much more oppressive, a silence that pressed against my ears and seemed to close in on me from all sides. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and tried to focus on the distant sound of my car engine, hoping to use the noise as an anchor to reality. But it wasn't just the silence that unsettled me. It was the feeling that the house was still watching me. Its looming presence seemed to stretch beyond its physical boundaries, like an invisible thread that tethered me to it. I tried to walk, but the path before me, the one that had led me out of the house and into the woods, was gone. The trees around me twisted in strange, unnerving shapes, and the familiar dirt road had vanished. Instead, a thick fog began to roll in from the forest, clouding my vision and making it impossible to discern which direction to go. I turned back toward the house, half expecting to see it in ruins, its windows dark and empty. But instead, the mansion stood tall and imposing in the distance, as if mocking my desperate attempts to leave. What the hell is happening? I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. The fog began to swirl, and in its mist, I saw something or someone. It was the figure from the mirror, standing in the distance, its tall, shadowy form like an unnatural specter. Its face was a hollow void, a smile that didn't belong to anyone, stretching unnaturally wide. I knew then that it wasn't just a figment of my imagination, something I'd conjured in a panic. This was real. This thing was real. The air around me grew colder. I could feel the temperature dropping, my breath coming out in visible puffs as the fog thickened. The trees around me began to shake, their branches creaking as though they were alive, bending and twisting in unnatural ways. The very earth beneath my feet felt unstable, as though it was slowly swallowing me whole. Desperation clawed at my throat. I had to get out. I had to escape. But the figure, the thing, was slowly advancing, its eyes locked onto mine. I turned and ran, my feet slipping in the damp earth, the thick fog obscuring everything in my path. But the house, it never seemed to get any farther away. No matter how fast I ran, it remained just behind me, looming, watching. I tripped, falling hard onto the ground, the impact sending a jolt of pain through my limbs. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, trying to steady myself. The silence was unbearable. The fog was so thick now that I couldn't even see my own hands in front of my face. It was as though the world had shrunk down to this small, suffocating space of fog and terror. It's coming for me. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. A low, guttural whisper, coming from just beyond the fog. It was the same voice I'd heard in my dream, the same voice that had guided me here. "You're too late." The words sent a chill through my spine. My heart pounded in my chest, and my head spun. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. I stumbled back, only to collide with something solid. I turned, and in the dim fog, I saw the mansion right there in front of me. But it wasn't the same. The windows were dark, the door wide open, as if inviting me in. The fog parted around the house like a thick curtain, and I knew then that I had no choice but to return. The house had pulled me back, and no matter how much I resisted, it would never let me go. I woke with a start, my body jerking upright in the driver's seat of my car. For a moment, I couldn't make sense of where I was. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly that my knuckles were white, and my heart was still racing from the nightmare that felt all too real. The fog outside had dissipated, and the morning sun was creeping over the horizon, casting long shadows over the dirt road. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the lingering effects of the dream, but something didn't feel right. The air was thick, heavy, like something was pressing down on me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the mansion looming behind me. But instead, there was only the empty stretch of road that led back to civilization. Had it all been a dream? I tried to calm myself, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. There was no way it was just a dream. The feelings, the sensations, the terror, it was all too real. The whispers, the figure, the house that kept drawing me back, it wasn't something my mind had created. It was real, and I had been there, but I couldn't remember driving away. I couldn't remember leaving. The house, was it still waiting for me? I started the engine and began to drive, my eyes darting nervously between the road and the rearview mirror. Every sound made me jump. Every rustle in the trees made my heart stop. The longer I drove, the more certain I became that the mansion wasn't just in my dreams. It was in my reality, too. The fog, the figure, the whispers, they were waiting for me. And they weren't going to stop until they had me. I don't know how much time has passed since I drove away from that place. I don't know how I ended up back here, sitting at my desk, typing these words. But something is wrong. Something is wrong, and it has been since I left. Sometimes, I wake in the middle of the night to the sound of whispers just at the edge of my hearing. They're faint at first, just a murmur. But as I strain to listen, the words become clearer. They call my name, the same way they did in the forest, in the fog, in the mansion. I've been to therapists, tried to explain it to them, but they only nod and write down notes. They say it's anxiety, stress. They tell me I'm just imagining things, but they don't understand. They can't. A few weeks ago, I found something I wasn't expecting, a photograph. I was sifting through old family photos when I came across it. It was a black and white image of a house. The same house, the worst part. It wasn't a family photo. It wasn't something that belonged to anyone I knew. The faces in the photo weren't familiar. But the house, it was unmistakable. And in the corner of the photo, barely visible, was a figure tall and shadowy, its face hidden in darkness. I've tried to ignore it, but the whispers grow louder. The figure I see in the mirror when I wake in the middle of the night is no longer a reflection of me. It's someone else, and it's smiling. If I had just listened to my gut, maybe none of this would have happened. You know that weird, instinctual twinge in your stomach when something feels off. I had that feeling all day, like a tiny stone lodged under my ribs. But I ignored it. Because that's what people like me do. Overthink, laugh it off, and move on. My name's Kevin Harper. I'm 28. Just your average guy, working IT support for a dull office in a city no one's heard of unless they're passing through. I live with my best friend Nate, who's convinced he'll be famous on YouTube one day. My girlfriend Jenna's a paramedic. Fierce, funny, smarter than all of us combined. And then there's Jess, Nate's cousin, visiting for the weekend, tagging along on our misadventures. That Friday night was supposed to be one of those stupid, forgettable evenings we'd all joke about later. Pizza, beers, a Netflix true crime doc, but Nate had other ideas. "Come on, let's go to the old Windmere house," he said. "That place has been abandoned for like 30 years. It's a local legend." I wasn't thrilled about it. Nobody with common sense should be. The Windmere house was one of those crumbling relics everyone in town knew about. You grow up hearing stories about the man who built it in the 20s, Arthur Windmere, a banker who allegedly went mad after his family disappeared. No one was ever found. The house just sat there at the edge of the woods, rotting and forgotten, like the world wanted to pretend it never existed. As a kid, I swore I saw someone watching me from one of the upstairs windows once. But you convince yourself you're imagining things. Now here I was, Nate revving up his clunky Subaru, Jess filming for TikTok, Jenna rolling her eyes, and that cold knot in my stomach getting tighter. Foreshadowing, maybe? Yeah, if only I'd known. The road to Windmere House was worse than I remembered. Gnarled trees leaned overhead, branches clawing at the car like bony fingers. The old path was barely a road anymore, more like a dirt scar through the woods. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. Even the insects fell silent. You don't realize how loud the world usually is until everything stops. Jenna noticed it first. "Does it feel colder to you guys?" she asked, tugging her jacket tight. I nodded. The air was unnaturally still, dense like it was pressing against my skin. And there was a smell, faint but sharp, like metal or old coins. We finally reached the clearing where Windmere House sat, skeletal and broken. The front porch sagged, windows shattered, paint long since peeled away. Moonlight hit it in patches, and I swear for a moment, a figure moved behind one of the upper windows. I blinked. Nothing. Jess shrieked suddenly, laughing. Holy crap, this is perfect for a haunted house short. I swear my followers will eat this up. Nate hopped out of the car with his flashlight, always the eager idiot. Come on, Kev, don't be such a buzzkill. But my stomach felt like ice water. We gathered by the porch. Nate fiddled with his phone. Group pic. Gotta mark this dumbass adventure for posterity. We huddled together in front of the cracked door, shoulders bumping. The flashlight beam caught the dead vines curling around the doorframe. Nate held his phone up, angling it so the decaying house loomed behind us. Okay, 3, 2, 1, click. The sound of the shutter echoed, oddly loud in the dead silence. Jess immediately grabbed Nate's phone to check the shot. That's when it happened, she frowned. Zoomed in, tilted her head. Wait. Who's that? We all leaned in. In the photo behind us, maybe 5 feet back, stood a man. Pale skin, hollow eyes, dark clothes, standing motionless in the doorway, and none of us saw him while we were taking the picture. For a second, no one spoke. Then Nate laughed nervously. Okay, very funny, Jess. Which one of your TikTok friends is screwing with us? I didn't do this. She protested, holding the phone out like it was contaminated. Jenna squinted at the image. Kevin, didn't you see something in the window earlier? I swallowed. My throat felt raw. I thought I did, but I don't know. It was impossible. The house was supposed to be empty, had been for decades. But that face, there was something about it that felt wrong. Not just some local messing with us. He was too still, too empty. I say we get the hell out of here, Jenna muttered, scanning the trees. Nate, of course, insisted on one more look around. Dude, it's probably a hobo or some squatter. I'm not leaving until we check it out. No, I said firmly, surprising even myself. We're leaving. Something wasn't right. And the air smelled stronger now, sharp and metallic, like old blood. That was when my phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. Nice pic. Want another one? I swear my heart stopped. My hand trembled as I showed them. What the hell, man? Nate said, his voice suddenly brittle. Jess started crying quietly, and from the house, a single dull thump, like a footstep. As we piled into the car, I glanced up at the house one last time. And there, in the upstairs window, a silhouette, watching, unmoving. I didn't tell the others. The car ride home was dead silent. Nate drove way too fast, headlights slicing through the dark like twin blades. Every branch overhead looked like skeletal fingers. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following us down that old path. But there was nothing. Just shadows. Jess sniffled quietly in the backseat, clutching Nate's phone like it might bite her. No one dared delete the picture. It felt like proof. Like if we erased it, whatever was happening would only get worse. I should have taken it as a warning. When we finally dropped Jenna off at her place, she hesitated before getting out of the car. Guys, she whispered, be careful tonight, okay? Don't be alone. I could see it in her eyes. She felt it too, like we'd brought something back with us. And as she shut the door, I noticed the fog creeping in around the streetlights. Thick, clinging, too heavy for a clear night like this. A sharp, metallic scent drifted in through the cracked window. That same coppery tang from the house. I told myself it was my imagination. I got home just after midnight. apartment was dark, quiet. I usually liked it that way, but tonight it felt oppressive, like the walls were leaning in. I left the lights off, half afraid of what I might see if I turned them on. My phone buzzed as I dropped my keys on the counter. Another message from an unknown number. "Look behind you." My stomach knotted. I spun around, heart hammering so hard it hurt. Nothing. The empty living room. The old couch. The crooked bookshelf. Nothing. I swallowed, trying to steady my hands. Probably Nate messing with me, trying to be funny. But then my phone buzzed again. An image. I opened it, and my blood went ice cold. It was a picture of me standing in my apartment, taken from behind, from inside the room. From right where I'd been standing when I dropped my keys. Same clothes. Same room. Same time. The timestamp said 12:07 a.m. It was 12:08 now. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. And then I caught a faint reflection in the window behind me. A silhouette. Tall. Still, I turned. Nothing but the metallic scent was there again. I called Nate. No answer. Jess. Voicemail. I tried Jenna last. She picked up on the third ring, her voice brittle and panicked. "Kev, did you get one too?" My stomach dropped. "A photo?" "Yeah," she sobbed. "Of me, sleeping, from inside my room. But Kev, the doors were locked. Windows too. I swear no one's here but me." We sat in terrified silence, connected only by static. "Don't hang up," she whispered. And I realized I hadn't heard the usual city sounds. No distant cars, no humming streetlights, like the world outside had gone silent again. A distant knock, so faint it might have been imagined. Then again, 3 soft knocks at my bedroom closet. I gripped the phone tighter. "Jenna, I have to go." "Kev, don't." I hung up. The knocks stopped. I stood in front of the closet door, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The faint metallic scent hung in the air, like old pennies and damp earth. For a split second, I thought about the old urban legend my mom told me when I was a kid. About a spirit that hides in closets, watching, waiting for the moment you forget it's there. I never believed in stuff like that. Until tonight, hand shaking, I gripped the doorknob and yanked it open. Nothing. Just clothes. A stack of dusty shoeboxes. An old duffel bag. But the scent was stronger now, like it was coming from inside the walls. I stepped back, trying to steady my breathing. Then my laptop, left open on the coffee table, came to life on its own. The screen lit up white, then flickered to a video call window. Incoming call. Unknown. I should have closed it. Should have smashed the thing to pieces. But I clicked accept. For a moment, the screen stayed black. Then the camera turned on. It was me, not live, a video recording. Sitting right there on my couch, wearing the same clothes, staring blankly into the lens. Then, behind the recorded me, something moved, a figure, pale, tall, impossible to make out. Its face a blurred smear, like a corrupted photo. I watched myself turn, notice it, eyes widening in horror. And just before the video glitched out, the last thing my recorded self said was, "He's already inside." I bolted from the apartment, didn't grab my jacket, my phone, nothing. Ran into the freezing night, down the empty street. No cars. No people. The fog clung to everything, swallowing up the streetlights. As I passed a store window, my reflection lagged a split second behind me. I swear it did. I reached Nate's place in under 10 minutes, banging on the door like a lunatic. He opened it, bleary-eyed and confused. "Jesus, Kev, what the hell?" "I got a video. Same thing. He's in my apartment. He's inside." Nate paled. "Dude, I thought it was a joke." "But Jess," he trailed off, swallowing hard. I followed him inside. Jess was curled up on the couch, clutching her phone like a lifeline. Tears streaked her face. She looked up at me, and I knew she got a video too. We gathered every phone, laptop, tablet, anything with a screen, and threw them into Nate's bathtub. "Smash, Em," I said, voice shaking. But even as we did, Jess's TV turned on by itself. A static-filled image, another selfie, another figure, closer this time, right behind us. We hadn't even taken it. We unplugged the TV, but the image stayed. The radio in the kitchen crackled to life next. A soft, scratchy voice whispering something unintelligible. I caught one word. Followed. That's when Nate noticed it. A pattern in the photos. The timestamps. Every image was taken at exactly 12:07 a.m. It was 11:58 now. The clock on Nate's stove read 11:58 p.m., 9 minutes. We moved like people possessed. Every mirror covered, every device smashed or unplugged. Nate yanked the main breaker, plunging the apartment into darkness, save for the flicker of streetlights outside. Jess was sobbing quietly in the corner. I could hear the wet catch in her throat every time she took a breath. "I don't get it," Nate rasped, pacing. "Why 12:07? Why that time?" "It's when we took the selfie," I whispered. "No," Jess's voice was brittle. "No, we took it at, like, 11-something. I remember 'cause we joked about missing midnight." We froze. Nate picked up Jess's phone, one of the few still intact, and scrolled to the gallery. The photo was time-stamped 12:07 a.m. So were the other ones that started showing up afterward. I felt my stomach lurch. It's not real time. It's his time. A sickening thought pressed itself into my head. What if this thing controlled the moments you saw it? What if, at 12:07, no matter where you were, no matter what you were doing, it could reach through? And what if smashing the devices didn't matter at all, because it wasn't the screens? It was us. 11:59. We sat in a circle in the middle of Nate's living room, backs to each other. No windows, no mirrors, phones off, lights out. I tried to steady my breathing, but every sound felt amplified in the dark. A pop of the baseboards. A muffled car alarm 2 streets over, Jess's quiet, hitched sob. Then a new noise. A faint, dragging sound from the hallway, like someone moving 1 foot at a time across the floor. I strained my ears. It stopped. Then came a soft voice, so low it was almost a thought. "Kevin." My name, my blood iced over. "Kevin, open your eyes." But I hadn't closed them. I didn't dare move, didn't answer. A long silence. Then Nate's voice. But wrong, too flat. "Hey, man, it's okay. You can look now." I knew it wasn't him. I don't know how, instinct maybe. The part of your brain built for caves and night predators. That ancestral terror when you hear something almost human. I didn't look. The cheap wall clock ticked over. 12:07. For a fraction of a second, there was a pressure in the room, like the air had thickened, heavy and wet. The scent of iron, old leaves, and rot. Then a flicker. An image in my head, a vision clearer than any dream, a man, pale, elongated. Blurred face, like water moving over glass, standing behind us in the circle, long fingers hovering just inches from our necks. I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and then nothing. I woke up on Nate's couch. Bright sunlight streaming through the blinds. Jess sat on the floor, her back against the wall, eyes hollow. Nate was gone, gone, no sign of him. No body, no blood. No broken window, just gone. Like he'd never existed, Jess held up her phone. A new photo, same group selfie from the party. But this time, no Nate, not even in the background. It was as if he'd never been there. And standing directly behind me, his face finally visible, the man. I didn't sleep much after everything happened. The next few days were a blur. Jess and I stayed in touch briefly, just enough for me to hear that she was scared too. We spoke less and less as time went on. It was hard to explain what was happening, even harder to make sense of it. We both knew Nate was gone, but the lingering question was whether he'd been taken, or if he had just disappeared into the unknown, like so many other things. There was no body, no evidence, nothing concrete to give us closure. At night, I tried to sleep with the lights on, but it didn't help. I'd toss and turn, hearing things in the apartment, the soft scratch of fingernails against the floor, something moving just out of the corner of my eye. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of that faceless man loomed behind my eyelids, like a permanent scar on my consciousness. I couldn't stay there. I couldn't stay in that apartment where it all started. It felt wrong, as if every inch of it had been touched by something sinister. So I moved out, packed my things, though I left most of the furniture behind. I didn't trust anything in that place anymore. I got a new phone, a new number, and disconnected myself from the digital world as much as I could. No more selfies, no more photos, no social media. I went off the grid. I told myself that I had to, that it was the only way to be safe. No more reminders, no more triggers. But even so, I couldn't shake the feeling that the thing from those photos, the man who had shown up behind us, was still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to make its move. I changed my routine, avoiding familiar places and old friends. I knew I was paranoid, but what choice did I have? Every time I left the house, I checked the back seat of my car, the corners of rooms, any reflection I passed. I made sure to never walk home alone at night. Even when the sun was setting, I felt like something was watching from the shadows. I never saw that man again, at least not in the way I saw him that night. But sometimes, when I'm walking down the street, I swear I catch a glimpse of something, just a shape in the distance, or a figure in a crowd that disappears when I look again. I don't know if I'll ever really feel safe again. Every time I hear a rustling sound in my apartment, I freeze. Every time the clock strikes 12:07 a.m., my heart skips a beat. I double-check that my windows are locked, my doors are shut tight. In the end, what I've learned is this: there's no true escape from what you can't see. And sometimes, the only choice you have is to live with the fear, because running from it only makes it worse. It's funny how something as simple as a phone call can change your life forever. But that night, it wasn't just any call. It was a video call, a familiar ding from my phone that felt too urgent to ignore. I had been staring blankly at the screen, scrolling through social media feeds that no longer brought me joy, when the notification popped up. Video call from Jody. I froze. Jody had died 6 months ago. A car accident. It had been a hard pill to swallow, especially since we'd been friends since childhood. Our friendship had weathered everything, awkward high school years, the mess of growing up, the distance that life sometimes put between us. But no matter how far we went, we always came back to each other. I hadn't expected to ever hear from her again. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the decline button as my heart hammered in my chest. It was impossible, right? There had to be some mistake, some glitch, but the call kept ringing. 1,000 thoughts ran through my mind. Was this some sick prank? Someone else with her number? A hacked account? I wanted to shake it off, convince myself it wasn't real, but I couldn't. I felt a deep pull in my chest, like something was calling me to answer. The ringing stopped. And then the screen went dark for a moment, followed by a grainy, flickering image of her face. "Hello," I whispered into the phone, my voice trembling despite myself. The screen flickered again, and then her face became clearer. Her familiar blue eyes stared back at me, wide and unblinking. Her blonde hair, once tangled in a messy ponytail from our late-night conversations, was now perfectly straight, framing her face like a ghostly portrait. "Jody," my voice cracked as I asked, a part of me not believing what I was seeing. She smiled, but it wasn't the warm, infectious grin I remembered. There was something off about it. Her lips curled, but it felt mechanical, forced, like someone who didn't understand what a smile was supposed to look like. "Hey, it's been a while," she said. Her voice wasn't the soft, familiar tone I remembered, but a hollow, unnatural echo. I felt a shiver run down my spine. "Jody, I started to speak, but my throat went dry. My thoughts scattered. I couldn't focus on anything. Everything about the situation felt wrong, like the air had thickened around me, pressing against my skin, suffocating me. "I know," she interrupted, her voice suddenly sharp. "It's a lot to take in. I didn't expect it to happen this way." I couldn't breathe. "What happened?" I asked, barely managing to speak. I don't understand." "I know you don't, but I had to tell you. You're the only one who would listen." Her words felt distant, layered with something that sounded too much like static, as if her voice was struggling to form. And then I saw it. Just behind her, in the blurry background of her room, a shadow loomed. It didn't make sense. There was no source for the shadow. It wasn't cast by anything in the room. It stretched unnaturally long, like a figure that had no right to exist, I gasped. "What is that behind you?" Jody's eyes didn't flinch, but the smile faded. Her face remained eerily calm as she spoke. "Don't look at it, please. Just listen to me." I couldn't look away. The shadow was moving now, shifting in a way that defied logic. It swayed, bending like a twisted reflection. It was too tall, too long. The darkness within it seemed to pulse. "Jody, what's behind you?" My voice shook, louder this time. And then, as if it had been waiting for the perfect moment, it moved. The figure in the shadow stretched its arms toward her, its presence growing more defined. But there was no time to scream, no time to do anything. The screen went black. I was left staring at the dim glow of my phone, trembling with fear and disbelief. I tried calling back immediately, but the call wouldn't connect. It was as though she had never been there at all. I stared at the phone for a long time, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. My friend, my best friend, the person I'd shared everything with, had called me from beyond the grave. But it wasn't just her voice I had heard. It was the shadow. The next few days were a blur. I barely slept, and when I did, I woke in fits of panic, heart racing. I couldn't shake the image of Jody's face from my mind, nor the shadow that had loomed behind her. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick, a sick, twisted prank that someone had set up using her old account. But nothing about it felt fake. It felt too real. The shadows, the coldness of her words, the terror in her eyes. But what made it worse was that she was the first. That night, after I couldn't get her out of my head, I began to search. I logged into social media and scrolled through the old posts, the pictures, the videos, the memories we had shared. I hadn't been active for months, my grief and depression keeping me away from everything. But now, my fingers moved faster than I could stop them, seeking answers. That's when I saw it. Another notification. This time it was from Mark, another friend who had passed away nearly 3 months ago. A group chat filled with our mutual friends, all of them gone. I didn't want to click on it, but I couldn't stop myself. I opened the thread, and there was Mark's profile picture, just like it had been when he was alive. But the message, it wasn't from him. Not really. It read, "You need to answer the call. You're the last one left." I dropped the phone, my heart pounding in my chest. Was this some sick joke? Or was something else at play? The calls kept coming. It wasn't just Jody or Mark anymore. It was everyone. My phone became a portal to the dead, each call more urgent, more terrifying than the last. There were no faces anymore, just shadows. I couldn't explain it, how they knew how to reach me, how they knew I was the last one left. It felt like something had attached itself to me, feeding off my grief, my need to connect with them again. But then, it started to change. One night, when I answered a call from another friend, Amy, I noticed something different. The shadow was back, but this time, it wasn't lurking in the background. It was in the reflection on her screen. I couldn't tell if it was my mind playing tricks on me, but when I answered Amy's call, something felt wrong. The phone screen was darker than usual, the light flickering intermittently, almost like a signal trying to break through. "Amy," I whispered, my voice tight. Her face appeared, but it wasn't her. Not in the way I remembered. Her features were the same, but her eyes, they looked different. They were wide, almost glassy, like she wasn't really seeing me. "You're still here," Amy said in a soft, hollow voice. "It's not over yet." The words sent a chill through me. What did she mean? Not over? What wasn't over? My mind raced, but before I could ask her, I noticed it. Behind her, in the reflection on the screen, I saw it. The shadow. It wasn't just lurking in the background anymore. It was creeping closer to her. No, not creeping, moving, inching its way toward her, like a dark shape determined to make its presence known. I instinctively jerked the phone back, staring at the reflection of the room behind Amy. There it was again. The shadow, stretching unnaturally against the walls, bending in ways no normal shadow could. "Amy, behind you," I gasped. She turned, but there was nothing there. The shadow, now fully visible, was gone, as if it had never existed. "What is it, Lena?" Amy's voice sounded strange again, almost as though she didn't recognize me. You didn't see it," I stammered, my pulse pounding in my throat. "The shadow, right behind you," Amy blinked, her eyes darting around. The screen flickered again, and for a brief second, I saw it something dark, something just beyond her shoulder, creeping closer. She didn't see it. She couldn't. I felt a knot form in my stomach, cold dread creeping over me. It wasn't just me. Something was pulling them all back. The calls. The shadows. The haunting reflections. I wasn't just talking to my friends. I was seeing them, but not in the way they had been. Something had twisted them. Something had changed. I stared at Amy's screen, feeling the weight of the reality sinking in. The room behind her wasn't a room I recognized. The walls were different. They were bare, cracked, like something had happened there. Something that had been hidden from me, a place I hadn't seen before. "Amy." My voice broke, trembling. "Where are you?" The words hung in the air. She didn't respond. Instead, the image on the screen began to distort, the colors warping into sickly shades. A buzzing sound started in the background, high-pitched, like static, the kind of noise you hear when something is wrong with the signal. And then, as if on cue, the shadow in the reflection shifted again. This time it grew, stretching up the wall until it was nearly as tall as the screen itself. "Amy, please," I whispered. "Tell me where you are. Are you okay?" But she didn't answer. Her face was frozen, staring at something I couldn't see. And the shadow, it was now right behind her. I don't know how long I stayed there, watching the distorted image, waiting for some kind of answer. But I knew, deep down, that I wasn't just looking at a ghost anymore. I was looking at something else. Something that had claimed my friends. I hung up the call abruptly, but my phone didn't stop ringing. The ringing never stopped. Each call was worse than the last. Each face, each voice, each distorted image became a confirmation of something I hadn't been able to admit before. The dead weren't just reaching out. They were being dragged back. And whatever this thing was, the shadow, the reflection, it was getting closer. I began to feel the weight of the silence around me. There were no more visits, no more voices, no more laughter from the friends who had once filled my life with light. Only the endless ringing of my phone. And then came the text messages. At first, they were just benign. "Hey, where are you? I miss you." Or, "We need to talk, it's urgent." The usual stuff, except they were coming from people I knew were gone. From people who had no right to be here anymore. But as the days wore on, they became more cryptic. "Don't answer the call. Don't make the mistake I did." I stared at the message, my heart racing. It was from Mark, the one who had passed 2 months before. But that was impossible. He couldn't have sent it. I felt something cold press against my skin, like fingers of ice running up my spine. I scrolled through my phone, looking for something, any kind of clue that would make this make sense. The texts kept coming. "Don't open it. They're coming for you." "I'm sorry, Lena. I couldn't protect you." The more I read, the more I felt the edges of my sanity fraying. What had I missed? Why were they warning me? What was happening? The worst part was that the texts were always followed by the video calls. It wasn't enough to hear their voices anymore. Now, the dead were showing themselves in ways that were too real. The static, the shadows, the dark figures in the background. I couldn't trust my own mind anymore. My grief, my sorrow, they had made me vulnerable. It wasn't just about missing my friends anymore. It was about realizing something darker was at work, something that had been there all along, but I had ignored the signs. I needed answers. But I was too terrified to ask the right questions. And then the calls came again. This time, it was a call from Jody. Again, I hesitated, but before I could hit decline, the screen flickered to life, and there she was. Her blonde hair, her smile, but this time there was no shadow. Nothing in the reflection. It was just her. Or was it Jody's voice was softer than I remembered? Hollow, like it was coming from a great distance. "You shouldn't have answered," she whispered. The words sent a chill so deep into my bones I couldn't speak. "You aren't really here, are you?" I managed to croak out. Jody's face cracked into a twisted smile. "No, Lena, I'm not, but I am still here, and I'm waiting for you to come." I don't know what happened after that. The screen flickered one last time, and then silence. I stared at the screen, feeling the pressure in my chest. The truth hit me then, as heavy and suffocating as the darkness closing in around me. The shadow wasn't just following them. It had followed me all along. It had followed us, the grief, the sorrow, the darkness we had all been living in. We hadn't been reaching out to them. They'd been reaching out to us, and the calls weren't just messages. They were invitations, an invitation to join them. It's been a few weeks since I last picked up the phone. I don't know why I'm even writing this down. Maybe it's to convince myself I'm not losing my mind. Maybe it's the last bit of me trying to make sense of all this. I haven't answered a call in days. The ringing still happens. Late at night, around the same time every day. A few times, I've reached for the phone, only to pull my hand back. My heart races every time I see their names on the screen. Mark, Jody, Amy, but I can't bring myself to pick up anymore. Not because I'm brave, but because I'm terrified of what will happen if I do. I know it's not them. I know it's something else. Something that's been pulling at the edges of my reality. Something that has twisted grief into something darker than I can understand. I've thought about going to the police. I've thought about telling someone, anyone, what's been happening. But I know no one would believe me. They'd think I was losing it. They'd tell me I was grieving too hard, that I needed to move on. But they don't know. No one can understand. They don't see what I see. They don't hear the voice, the hollow echo of the people I've lost, calling to me from the other side. I tried looking it up once. The things that were happening to me. Ghosts reaching out through screens. Friends who have passed, leaving messages, warning you. I didn't find much. Just a few creepy forums where people share stories about phone calls from the dead. But none of it felt real. Not like this. When I first got those texts from Mark, the ones saying, "Don't answer the call," I thought it was a prank. But it wasn't. None of it was. I remember the last time I saw Jodi's face, frozen on that screen, that smile twisted in a way I can never forget. That wasn't her. It couldn't have been. And now, every time I close my eyes, I see her, standing in the background of my thoughts, her eyes staring at me through the dark. Sometimes I wonder if it's just me. Am I going mad? Is this grief? Is this just the weight of losing everyone I've ever cared about breaking me down? But no. I know it's not that. I know that because every time I try to sleep, every time I'm alone in the dark, the ringing starts again. And I can't bring myself to answer. Last night, I thought I saw the shadow. For a second, in the reflection of my own window, I saw something move behind me. It wasn't anything solid, just a flicker. But it felt real, too real, and then there was the sound. A tapping, soft but deliberate, coming from the other side of the room. I'm sure it was the wind, but it didn't sound like wind. It sounded too purposeful. Like someone was trying to get my attention. But I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Because if I did, I knew what I'd see. The shadow would be there, creeping closer. And I wouldn't be able to stop it. I'm writing this now because I feel like I'm the last person left to tell the story. My friends are gone. Their voices are still with me, but not in the way they should be. And I'm not sure how much longer I can hold on to what's left of my own sanity. I tried to reach out to someone the other day, a friend I haven't talked to in years. I told her everything about the calls, the shadows, the voices, but I could hear it in her tone, the hesitation, the disbelief. She said I should go to a therapist. Maybe she's right. Maybe I do need help, but I don't think it's me that needs fixing. It's the silence, the emptiness, the waiting. Because if there's one thing I know now, it's that they're not gone. Not really. The dead don't leave. They just wait. And sooner or later, they come back. And I think, in the back of my mind, I know they'll come for me next. It was a face that haunted me. At first, I didn't know why. I had been seeing him in my dreams for months. His face, his unsettling smile, and the unblinking eyes that followed me through shadowy landscapes. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence alone was enough to stir up a quiet, inexplicable dread deep within me. I never knew his name, and I didn't want to. But in every dream, he'd be there, waiting, lurking in the edges of my consciousness. My name is Bobby Stevens, and I was just an average guy with an average life. A software engineer by trade, I spent most of my days staring at a screen, coding away on projects for clients. I didn't have a family or a relationship to speak of, just a handful of friends who would occasionally drag me out for drinks. But I wasn't lonely, not at first. I had my work, my routine, and a comfortable apartment in the city. Everything was fine until he started showing up. I never paid much attention to dreams. They were fleeting, strange things I shrugged off upon waking. But this man, his presence lingered long after I opened my eyes, a chill I couldn't shake. He wasn't like the normal dream figures I encountered. His face was too real, his actions too deliberate. Sometimes, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing, as if I had truly been in the dream. I'd chalk it up to stress, lack of sleep, or maybe something I ate before bed. But then something happened that I couldn't ignore. I saw him. It was a Thursday morning. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting an orange hue across the sky. I had barely slept the night before, too restless from yet another dream where he stood in front of me, staring. I stumbled out of bed, groggy and irritated, as I shuffled to the kitchen for a cup of coffee. As the brew dripped into the carafe, I caught a glimpse of myself in the kitchen window. That's when I saw him. I froze, coffee cup halfway to my lips, eyes locked on my reflection. For a split second, I thought my exhaustion had played tricks on me. The man from my dreams stood outside my window, no more than a few feet from the glass. His eyes, those familiar, piercing eyes, stared right at me. He was dressed in the same dark clothes from my dreams, his posture stiff, unnervingly still. I slammed the coffee cup down onto the counter, my hands trembling. My heart raced. This wasn't possible. I stepped forward, heart pounding, and pulled back the curtain. The street outside was empty, quiet, just the normal morning calm of the city. There was no man, no figure. Only the usual cars parked along the curb and a couple of pedestrians in the distance. It must have been a trick of the light. A combination of my tiredness and my overactive imagination. Right, but even as I tried to rationalize it, I knew deep down that I couldn't ignore the feeling gnawing at me, that sinking, suffocating sensation that something was very, very wrong. That night, the dreams intensified. The man wasn't just standing anymore. He was walking towards me, his long, deliberate steps echoing in the empty spaces of the dream. His face twisted, something between a grin and a grimace, his mouth wide, teeth sharp. His eyes, though, those eyes, they held an emptiness, a vacancy that made my skin crawl. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only watch as he got closer and closer. I could feel the air grow cold, the darkness around us pressing in, but there was no escape. He was coming for me. When I woke up, the sheets were soaked with sweat. My pulse raced, and for a long moment, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, too afraid to even look around my room. Had he been there? Had the dream bled into reality once again? The days that followed weren't much better. I began seeing him in random places, just flashes, brief glimpses, like a figure moving in the corner of my eye. The shadows seemed to stretch and shift in unnatural ways. He was everywhere. The man from my dreams had seeped into my waking life, a haunting presence that I couldn't escape. It was the next Monday when I saw him again. This time, I wasn't at home. I was at the corner of 5th and Main, waiting to cross the street to get to the office. As I stood at the crosswalk, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt him. I turned, and there he was. The man stood across the street, facing me. It wasn't a coincidence. I knew it wasn't. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, everything around me faded. The traffic, the people, it all blurred into a distant hum, leaving only the two of us standing there, staring. His grin was wide, predatory. And that chill, that same cold, suffocating chill washed over me. I took a step back, heart pounding in my chest. He didn't move, didn't flinch. He just stared. And then, without warning, he disappeared. I stood there, frozen on the edge of the street. Cars rushed past, oblivious to the terror pulsing through me. I didn't know if I should run or scream, or if this was all just a manifestation of my growing madness. But I couldn't deny it any longer. This man, this figure from my dreams, was real. As the days stretched on, my world began to crumble. I couldn't go anywhere without feeling his presence looming over me. At work, he appeared in reflections in windows, his face twisted, just enough to make me question my sanity. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him, and each time his smile grew wider, more menacing. I began to lose track of time, of reality. Was I awake or still trapped in a dream? Had I always been dreaming? Was I being driven insane by something beyond my control, something that had infiltrated my mind? The question gnawed at me constantly, and the more I thought about it, the more it consumed me. I turned to books, to forums, to anything that could explain what was happening to me. But all I found were fragments, stories of shared dream figures, of people experiencing the same entity across different lives. They called it the man in the shadows, an entity that existed across dreams and consciousness, a shared figure who could manifest in reality if given the right conditions. But I couldn't find an answer. No one could help me. I was spiraling, losing myself in the process. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I followed him, followed the man from my dreams. He had appeared again, standing just outside my apartment window, staring. This time, I didn't hesitate. I opened the door and walked into the night, my feet carrying me forward without thought. I didn't care where I was going. I just had to confront him. Had to end this madness. The streets were eerily quiet as I walked, and the further I went, the more I felt like I was sinking into something much darker than I could understand. It was only when I reached the old, abandoned building on the corner, where I had never gone before, that I saw him standing there, waiting. He didn't smile this time. His expression was empty, and I knew in that moment the truth. He wasn't just a dream. He wasn't just some manifestation of my subconscious. He was part of me, part of the things I had repressed, the things I had ignored, the things that had crawled into the depths of my mind and festered. This was my punishment. To face the consequences of not facing my own fears, of burying things that I wasn't ready to confront. And then, as he slowly turned to walk into the darkness, I realized this was only the beginning. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was losing myself. The encounter at the abandoned building had cracked something deep within me. The man was no longer just a figure in my dreams. He had become something I couldn't control. Something that was alive in my head, in my thoughts, and now in my waking world. He wasn't a dream. He wasn't an illusion. He was real. Or at least, he was real in the sense that he was tethered to me, my fear, my regret, my own unacknowledged darkness. For the next few days, I became a shell of who I once was. Every sound felt like it might be him approaching. Every shadow seemed to stretch in unnatural ways. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't escape. I thought back to every detail of my life, anything that could explain why this man kept appearing, why he was following me. I searched through old journals, messages, anything that might have triggered this. Nothing. There was nothing to explain it. No repressed memory. No traumatic event that might have summoned this nightmare. Just the slow, creeping realization that I was the one who had invited him into my world. It was one afternoon when I walked into my apartment and felt the air shift. The temperature dropped, a sudden chill that ran along my spine. I felt him before I saw him. He was standing in the far corner of my living room, just inside the shadows. His figure was motionless, his smile still etched into his face. But there was something different this time. There was no longer any sense of surprise, no shock, just an overwhelming sense of inevitability. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, my voice trembling, though I didn't want to admit the fear. "What do you want from me?" His lips parted slowly, and for the first time I heard him speak. His voice was low, raspy, almost distorted, like it was coming from the deep, dark corners of my subconscious. "You're not ready yet." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I froze, a chill creeping down my spine. What did that mean? Not ready for what? Ready for him? Ready for this? Without another word, he disappeared. But this time, I wasn't left alone with my thoughts. His presence remained. His voice echoed in the empty room, "You're not ready yet." I sank to the floor, my heart hammering in my chest, my mind racing. It was as if a part of me, some deep, hidden part I had never acknowledged, was reaching out to him, drawing him in. I had been unable to escape this nightmare because I hadn't confronted whatever it was I was running from. I couldn't keep ignoring it. I needed answers, I realized. More than anything, I needed to understand why this was happening. I began researching everything I could on shared dream entities, strange folklore, accounts of people who experienced the same kind of terror. I came across stories from people who claimed they had encountered the man in their dreams, only to meet him in real life. But there were no explanations, no conclusions, just stories of people being haunted, being driven mad, or worse, being swallowed by their own subconscious. As I scrolled through these stories, I came across one that caught my eye. It was an obscure post on a small forum, written by someone named Emily. She had described something eerily similar to what I was experiencing. Dreams of a figure that seemed to appear everywhere, following her, whispering to her. Her account was different from the others, though. She claimed that confronting the figure had freed her from it. But it hadn't been easy. Emily had to face her own deepest fears, acknowledge the things she had hidden away in her mind, things that had been buried for years. And so, I decided to confront it. I couldn't run anymore. If I was going to survive this, I had to confront the man in my dreams. I had to find the root of the fear that I had buried for so long. And somehow, I had to face it head on. That night, as the darkness crept in, I prepared myself. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I felt as though something was going to happen. I wasn't sure if I could handle it, but I knew I had no choice. I sat in the center of my apartment, staring into the darkness, and waited. I wasn't afraid this time. I was determined. I had to see him again. I had to understand why he was haunting me. Minutes turned into hours, and I was on the edge of exhaustion. My eyelids felt heavy, but I fought sleep, willing myself to stay awake. And then, just as I was about to give in, I saw him. The man stood in front of me, his smile wider than ever, eyes gleaming with that same hollow emptiness. "Who are you?" I asked, voice shaky but resolute. "What do you want from me?" He stepped closer, and I didn't flinch. I couldn't. "I am you," he said, his voice resonating in the very core of my being. "I am everything you've ignored, everything you've tried to forget." His words hit me like a blow to the chest. Everything I had run from, everything I had buried deep within my mind, was surfacing. I thought about the mistakes I'd made, the regrets I carried, the parts of myself I wasn't willing to face. "Why now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Why are you here now?" "Because you're ready," he replied. "You've lived in fear for too long. You need to face what you've been hiding." The realization hit me hard. This man wasn't just a figure from my dreams. He was a manifestation of everything I had been running from. My fears, my insecurities, my past. It had all come to a head, and I couldn't hide from it anymore. For what felt like hours, I sat in that dark apartment, locked in a stare with the man from my dreams, the man who was a reflection of my own inner turmoil. Slowly, as I faced him, I began to understand. He wasn't real in the traditional sense. He wasn't some supernatural being, some demonic figure sent to torture me. He was me, a part of me that I had pushed away for too long, a part of myself that I refused to confront. In that moment, something shifted. The man's face faded, his smile slowly melting into nothingness. The shadows that had been creeping around the room dissolved, and I was left alone in the stillness of my apartment. The weight that had been pressing on me for so long lifted, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a sense of relief. I was free. It's been weeks now, and the man no longer haunts me in my dreams. The shadows have dissipated, and I've come to terms with the things I had buried in my mind. I still have my moments of doubt, my moments of fear, but I've learned to face them head on, to confront them before they consume me. Maybe we all have a shadow, a part of ourselves that we try to ignore. But ignoring it only gives it power. The only way to truly escape it is to confront it, to understand it. And maybe that's the hardest part, facing the truth about who we are, and the things we've kept hidden deep within. But it's also the only way to find peace. It was 3:17 in the morning when I first saw it, or rather, saw her. I had just rolled over in bed, the sheets tangled around me as I groggily wiped the sleep from my eyes. I'd been dreaming. One of those unsettling, half-forgotten dreams that left an eerie sense of déjà vu. A feeling like I'd crossed some forbidden threshold, but could no longer remember why. The kind that sticks with you long after you wake up, gnawing at your mind. I glanced toward the window beside my bed, half expecting the usual view of the quiet suburban street. The streetlights outside were faint, casting long shadows, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet, something caught my attention. The reflection of a figure, no, it couldn't be. My tired eyes strained to focus, but there she was, unmistakable. Someone stood outside my window. I froze, my heartbeat accelerating. It wasn't just anyone. It was me, a perfect replica, standing in the same spot where I had been moments before. Same dark hoodie, same disheveled hair. But her eyes were wide, staring into me with an intensity that chilled my bones. I blinked rapidly. Could it be some bizarre trick of the light? I glanced back at the bed. There I was, still lying beneath the covers, alive. And yet the figure outside the window remained, unmoving. Watching, a cold shiver ran through me. I wanted to look away, to turn on the lights, to scream, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed. I stared, feeling as though time had stretched, warping around me. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, she was gone. The window was empty. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Luke. Or at least, I used to be. See, I never really liked small towns. Growing up, I always felt like an outsider. I was the kid who kept to himself, my nose buried in books, never really fitting in with the crowd. It wasn't that I was shy per se, but there was always this gnawing feeling that I didn't belong. Then there was Megan. She changed everything. I was 18, fresh out of high school when I met her. She was outgoing, confident, everything I wasn't. And for the first time, I felt like I had a place, a purpose. Together, we had plans. Big plans. We talked about moving to the city, making something of ourselves, a life that would be ours, just the two of us. It was all so simple, so perfect back then. But that was before it all came crashing down. Megan broke up with me last year. We'd been drifting apart for months, but I guess I was too blind to see it. I wasn't good enough. Not for her, not for anyone. I'd let her down in so many ways, and now she was gone. So I left. I needed to get out of that place, away from the reminders of what I had lost. I rented a small house on the edge of a sleepy suburb, hoping the isolation would help me heal. But it only made things worse. I thought I could escape the pain, the memories. But that was the first mistake I made. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it was nothing more than sleep deprivation. A trick my tired mind had played on me. The stress of leaving everything behind, my job, my old life, had left me drained. The fresh start I'd hoped for was more of a prison than a sanctuary. But it wasn't just the stress. There were other things. I had moved to this quiet suburban house on the edge of town 6 months ago, hoping it would be a clean break. After my breakup with Megan, I felt like everything in my life had been turned upside down. The familiar comfort of my old town had started to suffocate me, reminding me of everything I'd lost. I thought leaving would help me start fresh, put all the bad memories behind me. The house itself was perfect, or at least, it seemed that way. It was a small, old place on the outskirts of town, tucked away from the noise of the city. But there was a quiet loneliness here that I hadn't expected. No matter how many nights I spent staring out the window, the streets were always empty. The people here were either too busy or just too quiet. It was as if everyone was hiding, retreating into their homes, living in their own little worlds. And for me, that was the worst part of all. I hadn't realized how much I missed human connection until it was gone. Every evening, I would walk past the window, hoping for some sign that I wasn't completely alone. But the house felt empty. The silence was unbearable. I tried to convince myself that I was okay, that I'd moved on. But in the late hours of the night, I still felt the ache of loss. I couldn't stop thinking about Megan, about the life we had, the future we'd planned. I had left all of that behind, but it hadn't left me. The loneliness followed me into this house, just like the shadow in the corner of my eye. When I saw the figure outside the window, I realized then. It wasn't just a reflection of fear. It was the manifestation of everything I had left behind, the grief, the confusion, the guilt. I wasn't just seeing something outside. I was seeing myself, my fractured self, staring back at me with the same hollow eyes. The next few days blurred together. I was caught in a fog of confusion, anxiety, and fear. Every glance into the mirror felt wrong, like I was staring at someone who resembled me, but wasn't quite right. And then it happened again. The tapping. Only this time it was louder, more insistent, like it was coming from inside my own skull. I stumbled into the living room, clutching my phone when I saw her, the doppelganger, inside my house. Standing in the hallway, my breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, rooted to the spot, unable to move. There she stood, a twisted version of me. Her skin was unnaturally pale, her eyes far too wide, and her lips twisted in a faint, empty smile. Her posture was unnerving, rigid like a mannequin. She didn't move. She didn't speak. But I could feel her watching me, waiting. I backed away slowly, tripping over the coffee table as I made my way toward the light switch. But before I could reach it, the lights flickered and died. The darkness swallowed me whole. I could feel her presence, cold and oppressive. Her shallow, labored breath echoed in the room, and then I heard her whisper, "You don't belong here." I spun around, but she was gone. I had been trying to push it all out of my mind. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I began to notice the small things. A lingering scent of something rotten in the air, a flickering light in the corner of my eye, a shadow moving against the grain of the moonlight. But each time I looked, it was always gone. The worst part, however, was when I realized I was no longer sure if I was the one seeing these things, or if I was becoming one of them. Every glance in the mirror made me question my own face, my own identity. Who was I? And who, exactly, was that thing outside the window, days melded together? The tapping, the cold air, the silent house, until, one morning, I woke up to find that the reflection in the mirror wasn't me. As the days passed, I began to understand the terrifying truth. This wasn't about a shadow or some ghostly figure. It was something deeper, darker. The doppelganger wasn't trying to take my life. It was trying to take me. It was trying to erase everything I had been, everything I had lost. And the worst part, I think it had already succeeded. My name's Ellie Carter. I'm 29, and I live alone in a modest one-bedroom apartment on the east side of town. It's not the nicest area, but it's cheap, and the neighbors mostly keep to themselves. There's an old lady next door, Mrs. Wilkins, who bakes pies and occasionally leaves them outside my door with a little note. A kid upstairs who plays music too loud. And a landlord who's suspiciously hard to get hold of whenever the heating breaks. Most nights are the same for me. I work late shifts at a bookstore downtown, grab takeout on my way home, curl up on the couch with my phone, and fall asleep watching true crime documentaries. It's a routine I cling to, especially since my last breakup a year ago. The quiet helps, or it used to. Lately, though, something's felt off. It started subtly. A half-closed closet door when I was sure I'd left it open. A faint scratching noise in the walls that I chalked up to mice. My phone charger moved from one outlet to another. Harmless things. Things you dismiss because you have to. But a part of me knew. I could feel it in the way the air thickened when the sun went down, in how my own reflection in the window seemed to linger a moment too long after I turned away. I didn't want to admit I was scared, because once you say it out loud, it's real. On a Saturday afternoon, I decided to run a few errands. The sky hung low with thick clouds, and there was a sharp chill in the air. I remember locking the door behind me, checking it twice, a habit my mom drilled into me since I was a kid. At the grocery store, while waiting in line, I felt a strange prickling at the back of my neck, the kind you get when someone's watching you. I glanced around, but no one was paying me any attention. Just a woman juggling a crying toddler and an old man squinting at a crossword puzzle. And then my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. No message, just a video file. I almost didn't open it, but curiosity or stupidity won out. The video was only 30 seconds long. It showed my living room. The angle was from behind the couch, facing the TV. My gray blanket folded neatly over the backrest. The half-burnt candle on the coffee table. The Netflix home screen paused exactly where I'd left it the night before. I felt the blood drain from my face, because the video wasn't from last night. It was live. The digital clock on the shelf read 2:14 p.m. It was 2:14 p.m. right now, and I wasn't home in the footage. There was something moving in the reflection of the TV screen. A figure, barely visible, standing in the hallway leading to my bedroom, too tall, too still, grinning. I dropped my phone like it burned me. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might throw up. I was miles from home, and someone was inside. I stood there in the checkout line, my groceries forgotten on the conveyor belt. The world around me blurred. My ears filled with a rushing sound like waves breaking against a shore. It took everything I had not to scream. I grabbed my phone from the floor. The video had ended. No text, no follow-up message, just the file sitting there like a threat. Someone had been inside my home, and the worst part, the figure's shape was maddeningly familiar, like a person you pass on the street but can't quite place. The way it stood, slightly hunched, as though trying to fit into a shape it didn't quite belong to. I pressed my thumb against the screen, my hands trembling so badly it took 3 tries to call 911. 911, what's your emergency? I choked out my address, the video, the fact that someone was inside. The dispatcher kept her voice steady, told me officers were en route. She asked if I could see the person right now. No, I whispered. I'm not there. A beat of silence. Miss, are you safe where you are? Was I glanced around the store, normal faces, smiling cashiers. A teenage couple arguing over ice cream flavors. But paranoia bloomed in my chest. What if it wasn't just my home? What if it wasn't bound to walls and doors? What if it was following me? I clutched the phone so tightly, my knuckles went white. Yes, I said, but I wasn't. As I waited for the police outside my building, a memory surfaced. 2 weeks earlier, I'd come home late after closing the store. The hallway light in my apartment building flickered like it always did. The smell of old carpet and cheap cleaning solution hung heavy in the air. I'd found my front door slightly ajar. I told myself it was the wind. Maybe the lock didn't catch. I double-checked, triple-checked since then, but the thought had gnawed at me. Back then, I laughed it off with my friend Meyer over text. You're paranoid, Elle. Buy yourself a taser or a big dog. I wish I had. Because standing there now, as dusk swallowed the sky and shadows stretched long and thin across the street, I felt the unmistakable weight of something watching. The streetlight buzzed and flickered. I looked up. A man stood on the corner, half obscured by the lamplight. Too far to make out his face, but his shape, thin, tall, hunched, felt carved out of the video's grainy frame. He didn't move, not when a car passed, not when the wind tugged at the branches above, just stood there, waiting. The police arrived 15 minutes later, 2 officers, one older, one younger, both with polite but practiced expressions. They checked the apartment. Nothing was broken, no signs of forced entry. The place looked exactly as I'd left it, except it didn't. My phone charger lay on the coffee table, coiled neatly like a sleeping snake. I hadn't left it there. The bathroom door was half open. I always left it closed, tiny, insignificant details. Things no one else would notice, but I did. I showed them the video. They watched it twice, murmuring to each other. Said they'd log a report, advised me to stay with a friend for the night. Gave me a business card and told me to call if anything else happened. Might just be a prank, the older one said, though his eyes lingered a second too long on the hallway in the footage. They left. I locked the door. Set the chain, sat on the couch and cried. I didn't call Maya. I didn't want to hear her tell me it was nothing again. The apartment was silent, but it didn't feel empty. Somehow, I knew that even if they hadn't caught anyone, something was still here, waiting. At 2:46 a.m., my phone buzzed again. Another message, no text, no number, just another video. I nearly dropped the phone. My hands felt like ice. The room felt too still, the air too thick. I pressed play. This one was shot from the kitchen, angled toward the hallway. Toward my bedroom door, The door was ajar. I hadn't left it that way. And in the video, in grainy, flickering detail, the figure was closer. It stood at the threshold of my room, head tilted, face blurred by darkness and pixelation. But I could see one thing, a grin. Wide, too wide, like it was savoring something, and then it spoke. "Found you." A voice I didn't recognize. But somehow I knew it was meant for me. The video cut out. I couldn't stay. I didn't even bother packing a bag. I grabbed my wallet, keys, jacket, left the lights on. TV playing an old sitcom rerun like some poor man's protection. The laughter track felt mocking. As I locked the door behind me, my eyes lingered on the small scratch near the doorknob. I'd never noticed it before. A long, thin mark, like something sharp had been dragged across the wood. A memory surfaced. I was 7. My parents' old house on Willow Lane. A 2-story colonial with drafty windows and floors that moaned under every step. I'd woken up one night to find my bedroom door slightly open, though I always kept it closed. Through the gap, a shadow shifted. I'd told myself it was my dad. But in the morning, the doorknob had a deep scratch on it, a fresh mark. My dad denied it. My mom said it was just old hardware. A locksmith came 2 days later. I never told anyone about the figure I thought I saw. I pressed a hand to my chest, steadying my breathing. That scratch was the same shape as the one on my apartment door now. No, it's not possible, unless it had always been following me. I made it to my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. The cold air blasted against my face, a sharp contrast to the feverish warmth inside me. As I pulled out of the lot, my phone buzzed again. A notification. Bluetooth. Connected to bedroom speaker. I froze. The speaker was still in my apartment, the phone in my hand, connected to it, meaning something was close enough to trigger it. I floored the gas. Heart pounding so hard it blurred my vision. I drove without thinking, the city a blur of smeared lights and distant sirens. I wound up in front of Maya's apartment, a 3-story brick building on Pine Avenue, a place I used to crash at after bad breakups or worse days at work. She opened the door half asleep, wearing an old hoodie and bleary eyes. "Ellie." I broke down right there in the doorway, told her everything. The messages, the videos, the scratch. She didn't laugh this time. She just pulled me inside. "You need to call your landlord, change your locks, stay here a while." I nodded. I wanted to believe it was that simple. But then Maya said something that made my stomach knot. "You still have that weird scar on your hand." I looked down, the crescent-shaped scar just below my thumb. I never remembered how I got it. "Why?" I asked. She hesitated. "Because you told me when we were kids it happened the night you saw a man outside your window. And then the next day your door had a scratch on it." I stared at her. I hadn't told anyone that, not even Maya. That night, I slept in Maya's guest room, if you can call what I did sleep. I tossed, sweat-drenched and haunted, waking at every creak and shift of the old apartment. At 3:13 a.m., my phone chimed. A new message. This one wasn't a video. It was a picture, my bedroom, taken from inside the closet. The door slightly cracked, a sliver of the room in view, the edge of my bed, the corner of my dresser. And in the shadows, a shape, the grin. The grin was always the same. Below the photo, a single line of text. "Doesn't matter where you run." I dropped the phone, ball rising in my throat. I was done running. But it wasn't bravery, it was resignation. Somehow, I knew this thing wasn't tied to my apartment. It wasn't about addresses or locks. It was tethered to me, like a parasite clinging to the marrow of my bones. Memories came back in flashes, not dreams, but memories. The cold drafts at night, the eyes in the dark, the feeling of being watched in empty rooms. It had always been there. And somehow, it was growing bolder. At dawn, I pulled out an old shoebox of childhood things Maya kept in her storage closet. School photos, scribbled notes, and a drawing, a crayon sketch of a tall, thin man with no face. The name the watcher scrawled in a child's handwriting. My handwriting. On the back, a note. He lives in the corners. Don't look too long. I felt the blood drain from my face. Maya looked over my shoulder. You made that when you were 7, right after that thing at your house. I didn't remember drawing it, but somehow I knew it was real. I moved out of the apartment that week, left most of my things behind. I changed my number, deleted my socials, took a job 2 towns over, started therapy. Maya checked in twice a week. I told myself it was over. But some nights, on the edge of sleep, I swear I see a grin in the corner of the room, a shape in the window. I leave the lights on now, because deep down, I know you can't outrun something that lives in your shadows. And sometimes the walls we build to keep the world out are the ones that trap the worst things inside. The house was too quiet. It wasn't the kind of quiet that felt peaceful. It was the unsettling kind, the one that wrapped itself around you, squeezing until you couldn't breathe. I hadn't been able to get used to the silence since Mom passed away last year. It had been a year, but it still felt like yesterday. Sometimes I expected her to walk into the room, her soft laugh filling the air, telling me to stop slouching or to clean up after myself. But no, she was gone. And that wasn't supposed to be a surprise. I tried to push the thoughts away, the familiar ache in my chest that never quite went away, but it clung to me. The house felt empty without her. I was sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through my phone. The late evening light filtered through the blinds, casting shadows on the floor. The only sound was the soft tick of the clock on the wall and the faint hum of the refrigerator. That's when I heard it. Erica, Erica. I froze. It was her voice, my mother's voice. I didn't know how to describe it, but it was unmistakable. Soft, comforting, the kind of voice you could always hear in a crowd. The kind of voice that made you feel safe, even if the world around you was falling apart. But she was dead. I hadn't heard her voice in a year. Mom, I whispered to myself, my throat tightening. I stood up slowly, scanning the empty kitchen, but there was no one there. The silence swallowed me whole again, the only noise my racing heartbeat. Had I imagined it? Was I going insane? I turned back to the table, trying to force myself to calm down. Maybe it was just grief. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But that didn't explain the way my heart was hammering in my chest, the cold feeling creeping up my spine. I tried to shake it off, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Was I really hearing things? Or was she somehow still here? The next day was no better. I had hoped it was a fluke, a moment of weakness, maybe. But then it happened again. Erica. I snapped awake, the voice drifting through my dreams like a cloud, pulling me out of sleep. It was the middle of the night, the room bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights outside. I was alone in my bed, but I knew what I had heard. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to shake off the lingering echoes of her voice. I glanced around the room, but everything was still. I was alone. I climbed out of bed and walked to the living room, trying to convince myself that it was just a trick of the mind. My hands were shaking, but I forced myself to sit down on the couch and close my eyes. Maybe if I ignored it, it would stop. but the silence seemed to stretch around me, thick and heavy, like a blanket smothering me. It wasn't peaceful. It wasn't safe. I had never realized how much of a presence she had in the house until she was gone. Every corner felt like it held a memory of her. The way she would hum in the kitchen while cooking, or how she'd always keep the light on in the hallway, even when she wasn't awake to see it. It felt like she was still here, but I couldn't understand why. Was it grief? Or was there something more to it? I couldn't decide, but I knew one thing for sure. The house was different now, and not just because she was gone. The next few days were filled with restless nights and growing unease. I kept hearing her voice, faint at first, but always there. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It wasn't just my mind playing tricks. It was something real, something I couldn't explain. One night, as I was lying in bed, I heard the voice again. It was softer now, almost like a whisper. "Erica, it's time." The words sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to find out what was happening. What was this? Was it a sign? Or was I really losing my mind? I jumped out of bed and walked toward the hallway. The house felt cold, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Every step I took seemed to echo in the silence, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I reached the living room, but there was nothing there. Just the empty space. The clock ticked loudly in the background, each second dragging on like an eternity. But then I saw it. In the reflection of the hallway mirror, I saw her. My mother. Her image was blurry, flickering like a TV screen with bad reception, but it was unmistakably her. She was standing in the hallway, staring at me. Her lips moved, but no sound came from her mouth. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked and she was gone. The reflection was just that, a reflection. But I knew what I had seen. I staggered back, my mind racing. Was it really her? Or had my grief completely taken over my senses? I felt my body trembling, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mirror. The silence was deafening, but her presence still lingered, like a shadow over my shoulder. The following days were filled with unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but I didn't know how to fix it. My mother's voice continued to call to me, growing clearer with each passing night. And the reflection was there again, always just out of reach. I started researching, searching for answers. Was it possible for a spirit to linger like this, to haunt the living in such a way? I found countless articles about hauntings, about restless spirits, and even some that described voices that came from beyond the grave. But nothing fit perfectly. Then, I found something that made my blood run cold. There was an old folklore about mother's spirits, ones that couldn't move on, not because they were bound to a place, but because they were bound to a person, a child they had left behind. It was said that the spirit would reach out, trying to communicate, to comfort, and to warn. I stared at the screen, my heart racing. Was this what was happening to me? Was this my mother? Or was it something else, something darker? I didn't know how much longer I could stand the whispers in the night, the cold drafts that seemed to come from nowhere, the fleeting glimpses of her in the reflection. I just wanted it to stop. I wanted my mother back, but I knew that couldn't happen. She was gone. And yet, her voice wouldn't stop calling to me. The weeks dragged on like this. Every night, I lay in bed with my eyes wide open, staring into the darkness. The voice of my mother, my sweet, loving mother, was always there. Sometimes it was faint, barely a whisper, and other times it would be sharp and clear, like she was right beside me. "Erica," she'd call, and my heart would lurch. "Erica, it's okay." But it wasn't okay. It hadn't been okay for a long time. I began to resent the sound of her voice, The comfort it should have brought now twisted into something that made my skin crawl. How could I feel this way about her? The woman who had always been there for me. I was grieving, yes, but this wasn't grief anymore. It was something darker, something that clung to my soul, wrapping its cold fingers around my heart. One night, I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to confront it. I had to know whether this was a message from beyond the grave or my own unraveling mind. I grabbed the flashlight and tiptoed to the living room. The air was thick, heavy with the chill of the midnight hour. The house seemed to breathe with me as I moved, the floor creaking beneath my feet, as if it were alive with the ghosts of the past. I approached the mirror in the hallway, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I paused, staring at my own reflection, my eyes bloodshot and weary from sleepless nights. The flickering of the light cast strange shadows across the walls, and there she was again, my mother. Her face appeared in the reflection behind me, but this time it was different. Her expression was not the warm, loving face I remembered. Her eyes were wide, pleading, filled with something I couldn't quite place, fear, sorrow, or maybe something darker. Her lips parted, but the words that came out of her mouth were not comforting. They weren't reassuring. "Erica, they're coming for you." I froze. I felt the room around me warp, the walls closing in. The air grew heavier. I couldn't breathe. What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "What's coming for me?" But she didn't answer. Instead, her form began to distort. Her figure flickered and shimmered, like a broken image on a TV screen. Her face twisted in anguish as the reflection became more and more blurred, until all I could see were shadows, dark and formless, swirling around her. The whispering grew louder, her voice merging with other voices, overlapping and indistinguishable, creating a cacophony of sound that I could feel deep in my bones. "Erica, Erica, you need to listen." The words were muffled now, as if coming from behind a wall. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and I could see my breath fogging in the air. I stepped back, heart pounding. This was no longer my mother. I turned away from the mirror, running back toward the stairs, but the whispering followed me, swirling in my ears. I could feel something hot on my skin, like someone or something was watching me, breathing down my neck. I stumbled into my room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My heart was racing, and I felt sick to my stomach. I couldn't understand what had just happened. That had not been my mother's voice. It wasn't her, and yet it was her. The days after my encounter with the mirror stretched into an agonizing blur. The voice, once a faint whisper, was now an ever-present presence. It followed me from room to room, filling the spaces where her voice had once been loving and comforting. It was a cold mockery now, a distorted version of everything I had loved about her. Each night, the voice was louder, more insistent, and I no longer could distinguish it from my own thoughts. I had tried everything to drown it out. I turned on the television, blasted music, anything to block out the whispers that clawed at my sanity. But nothing worked. The voice, always faint but unmistakable, grew clearer and more distinct. Sometimes it would be like a low hum at the edge of my hearing, and other times it would be so sharp and clear I could feel my mother's breath on my neck. "Erica," she would call, her voice trembling as if she, too, was stuck in this limbo between the living and the dead. "Erica, I need you. Please." The desperation in her voice tore at me. I wanted to believe it was her, that somehow she had returned to me. Maybe it was just grief, I reasoned, an overwhelming grief that twisted my perception of reality. After all, I hadn't been the same since she passed. The house had never felt emptier, and the silence between us had become deafening. But as the days dragged on, I began to feel something more sinister. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air in the house grew heavy, suffocating. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. I began to see her everywhere, at the corner of my eye, in the reflection of the window, or in the faintest shadows. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the longer it went on, the more I began to question my own sanity. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, her eyes wide, mouth agape in a silent scream. I woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, convinced that something or someone was in the room with me. And yet, when I would turn on the light, the room would be empty. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. I would be sitting in my living room, trying to distract myself with television or a book, and suddenly the temperature would drop. A chill would crawl down my spine. I would look up, and there, in the reflection of the glass, I would see her, standing just behind me, her face pale, her eyes empty. I couldn't escape her. And I began to wonder, had I imagined it all? Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Or had something more sinister taken root in this house? One night, after days of relentless whispers and fleeting glimpses of my mother's face, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know. I had to confront whatever it was that had invaded my life. Was it truly her spirit, or had I fallen into the trap of my own madness? I stood before the mirror again, the same one where I had seen her face distorted. The air felt thick, oppressive, as though the weight of everything I had been feeling, my grief, my confusion, my fear, was bearing down on me. I stared at my reflection, hoping for some semblance of clarity, some sense of resolution. And then, there she was again. Her face, clear, but filled with a strange mixture of sorrow and terror, peered behind me in the glass. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for the briefest moment, I thought I saw her smile. But it wasn't the warm, loving smile I remembered. It was twisted, pained, as though she was trying to comfort me but was unable to. "Erica," her voice came softly, breaking the silence of the room. The sound of her name on her lips made my heart race. "Mom," I whispered, my voice trembling. I didn't know what I was expecting, but not this. This wasn't how I had imagined it. She didn't answer, but the expression on her face seemed to say everything. Her eyes were wide, pleading, as if she was begging me for something I couldn't understand. Then, with a sudden sharpness, she opened her mouth, and her voice broke through my thoughts like a scream. "Erica, I can't leave. They won't let me leave." Her words hit me like a punch to the stomach. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. What was she talking about? Who wouldn't let her leave? The reflection shifted. Her face began to blur, her features distorting as the shadows around her swirled and darkened. Her image became grotesque, the once familiar contours of her face twisting into something almost unrecognizable. I could hear the faint sound of other voices in the room now, soft murmurs, overlapping with hers. I felt dizzy, disoriented. Then, for the first time, I noticed something. The shadows in the reflection just behind my mother were moving. They weren't just shadows. There were figures there, but they weren't like anything I had seen before. They seemed to be shifting in and out of existence, half-formed shapes that flickered like dying embers. They weren't human. Suddenly, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and I spun around, heart in my throat. But there was no one behind me. The air was still. I turned back to the mirror. The figures were closer now, reaching out toward my mother, who was still frozen, her eyes wide with terror. "Erica," "They're coming for you." Her voice was faint, distorted by static, as if it was coming from a far-off place. In that instant, the realization hit me like a hammer. My mother hadn't just been trying to reach out to me, she had been trying to warn me. She had been trapped in this house, unable to escape, and something else, something dark, was coming for me. Before I could react, the reflection shifted one last time. My mother's image was gone. All that remained was darkness. The shadows in the mirror reached out and swallowed the room. And I screamed. When I woke up, I wasn't in my living room anymore. I was lying in my bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. The room was silent, save for the distant hum of the city outside. I sat up, disoriented, my heart still racing. For a long moment, I couldn't tell if what had happened was real or just another nightmare. But as I looked around, I realized that the house was different. The walls felt cold, sterile, as if they no longer held any memories of what they once had. The house felt empty. The air had lost its warmth. I walked through each room, searching for something, anything that would explain what had happened. I found nothing, except the mirror. It was still there, reflecting the dull light of the early morning. I approached it cautiously, my breath catching in my throat as I wondered what I would see. Would my mother be there, staring back at me with her pleading eyes? But when I looked into the mirror, all I saw was my own reflection. The voice, once constant, was gone. The shadows, once haunting, had disappeared. I don't know if my mind had finally cracked under the pressure of grief, or if something else, something far darker, had been at work in that house. Maybe it was both. All I know now is that the house is empty, and I am alone. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can still hear her voice, faint, distant, and full of sorrow. "Erica," and then silence. It was a typical Friday night in October, when Emily found herself sitting alone in the Harrison family's living room, her phone buzzing in her pocket. The warm glow of the lamps cast long shadows across the room, but outside, the wind howled like a creature trying to get in. It was one of those nights where everything felt too still, almost suffocatingly so. The kind of night where even the smallest noise seemed to echo too loudly. She tucked her hair behind her ear, trying to shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't the house. It was a lovely home, cozy and welcoming, tucked in a quiet suburban neighborhood. But there was something in the air tonight that felt different. Her phone buzzed again, pulling her from her thoughts. She glanced at the screen and saw a message from Mrs. Harrison. "Just a reminder, Emily, please make sure to lock all the doors before bed. Don't forget to check on the kids in the guest room if they start getting restless. Oh, and one more thing, don't answer the phone if it rings after we get back. We'll be home around midnight. Thanks so much for watching the kids tonight. Stay safe." Stay safe, Emily thought, a little laugh escaping her lips. Was she really that jumpy? It was just a regular babysitting gig, but the way the wind was picking up outside made the entire house feel as though it were groaning with age. She quickly sent back a text. "No worries. All set. Have fun." Then, she set her phone down and turned back to the TV, trying to focus on the movie she had put on to pass the time. Time passed in eerie quiet, save for the occasional creak of the old house. But then, just as Emily settled deeper into the couch, a sound broke through the silence. The phone. The landline in the hallway rang. Emily jumped. Mrs. Harrison hadn't said anything about using the landline, and her message had warned her to ignore any calls after they left. Her heart skipped a beat as she stood up, taking cautious steps toward the phone. It was strange. Why would someone be calling now? The house was silent, except for the wind that had started to howl louder outside. A draft whispered through the cracks in the windows. As Emily picked up the receiver, she felt her breath catch in her throat. Static filled the air before a voice, distorted but familiar, came through the line. "Emily." The voice was soft, almost pleading. It sounded like Mrs. Harrison, but there was something wrong with it. The words were stretched out, garbled. "Mrs. Harrison?" Emily asked, trying to shake off the chill creeping down her spine. "Don't answer the door, Emily." The voice was no longer Mrs. Harrison's. It was deep, raspy, like something that didn't belong in the house at all. "It's not safe." Emily's hand trembled as she held the receiver, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her heart pounded in her chest as the voice continued, low and urgent. "It's not her, Emily. It's not Mrs. Harrison. Don't answer." Before she could respond, the line went dead. Her blood ran cold. The house seemed to close in on her as her mind raced. Had someone broken in? Was this some kind of prank trying to steady her nerves? Emily glanced around the living room, but the house seemed too quiet, too still. Her footsteps sounded far too loud on the old floorboards as she moved toward the hallway. The light from the hallway cast long shadows, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching her, waiting. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as she reached the guest room door. She hadn't checked on the kids yet, but now something told her to do it quickly. The silence in the house had grown too thick, too suffocating. Each step seemed to carry her deeper into a sense of dread. The quiet was oppressive, almost as if the house itself were holding its breath. And then, the faintest noise, a whisper, stopped her in her tracks. She froze, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. But when she turned around, there was nothing. Just the long, dark hallway stretching behind her. The wind outside howled, rattling the windows. As Emily reached for the door to the guest room, she noticed something that made her heart skip a beat. The door was ajar, and a faint light flickered from inside. Had she left it like that? She couldn't remember. She hadn't even checked on the kids yet. The moment felt unreal. Stepping inside, Emily's breath caught in her throat. The room was colder than she expected, an unnatural chill hanging in the air. The children's toys lay scattered on the floor, abandoned as if they had been dropped in a hurry. But it wasn't the toys that made her freeze. In the corner of the room, a figure sat hunched over. Wrapped in a thin blanket, its head tilted at an odd angle. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe. For a long moment, Emily couldn't move. The hairs on her arms stood on end. She felt the sudden urge to run, but something kept her rooted to the spot. "Lily." Emily's voice trembled, barely a whisper. The figure didn't answer. The room seemed to grow darker, the corners of her vision stretching and warping. And then the figure's head snapped up. Its eyes were hollow, dark pools of emptiness. The grin that spread across its face was not human, too wide, too stretched. "Help me." The voice was barely a whisper, but it made Emily's stomach lurch. It was wrong. It didn't belong. It wasn't Lily. It wasn't anyone she knew. Her breath caught in her throat as the figure's lips twisted into a sickening grin, its face contorting in a grotesque parody of human expression. The voice that followed was like a rasping cough. "Don't go, Emily. You're already here." Frozen in terror, Emily stumbled backward, her mind racing. Her hands fumbled for the door, but the world around her began to tilt. The walls of the room seemed to stretch and contract as if they were alive, pulsating. A low growl echoed from somewhere deep within the house, reverberating through the floorboards. The phone rang again. Emily's heart lurched as she backed away from the figure, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her legs wobbled, almost unable to support her, but she couldn't stop herself from moving toward the phone. No, 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 she whispered to herself as she lifted the receiver, her hands shaking violently. It's not her, the voice hissed again, clearer this time. It's never been her. You're not alone, Emily. Her eyes darted around the room, but it was too late. The shadows in the corners were moving, crawling toward her, whispering her name. She slammed the phone down, her legs carrying her toward the door. But the hallway had changed. It wasn't the same hallway anymore. The walls seemed to close in, narrowing, squeezing her in with each step. By the time Emily reached the front door, her mind was a blur. Everything around her seemed unreal, like she was trapped in a nightmare that she couldn't escape. The air was thick, heavy, and each step she took felt like it was pulling her further into the house's dark embrace. "Don't go," a voice whispered in her ear, but it was too late. She was already too far gone. The house was pulling her in, feeding on her fear, wrapping around her like a suffocating coil. She turned around one last time, and the last thing she saw was the figure in the guest room. It was standing now, its arms outstretched as if to welcome her into its dark, eternal embrace. Then, everything went quiet. As always, thanks for listening.